Who wants to do the recap?
I got it.
Oh, okay.
Um, so in our last session, Hexus and Census were introduced to the gang. Um, had a little scuffle in the streets, 3 doors down from the new manor. Um, the party seemed to get along relatively well after the battle with the Gazer, and we took a little tour of the neighborhood. We met Fala in Coralon's crown, who is very beautiful and has evil plants. We met Tally in the Bent Nail, who doesn't like our house. We met Embrick and Avi in the Steam and Steel, the fire and water genasi couple, and scheduled tea with them in a 10-day, apparently.
I liked them a lot.
We met Rashal in The Bookworm's Treasure, who doesn't like Volo. Very against Volo. And then we had a close encounter with the spirit of the tavern, throwing some chairs around. Hexus and Tarun went to investigate and had an even closer encounter, while Oliver and Census went to the Gemini estate, and Oliver got some insight into our troubled home life. And then we went to the Yawning Portal. I bought Volo's guide, so I have that now.
Mm-hmm.
And we heard of possible future work through Tarun's friend Yagra, who seems to be associated with a shady half-elven fellow that just kind of looked at us from the balcony. And then as the night came to a close, we decided we were going to have a supernatural slumber party at Sistilis' spirit. And that's it.
Awesome. So, the scene that we open our game up on is, there is, let me pull up my notes. You're still in the Yawning Portal. Valo has bid you adieu for the night. Floon has found his companionship for the night as well. And he's settled on a elderly lass. And they are making their way to the upstairs rooms. But as you guys are finishing your drinks, Oliver, you did notice the back of Maloon Wardragon, someone that you haven't seen in a couple of days. But he is having a drink at the bar and doesn't seem to have noticed you. Do you wish to speak to him or anything?
I'll leave the table and try and go up and settle up behind him and kind of leave him into him. Moon, is that you?
He turns towards you, and you see a kind of a grizzled looking fellow. He has sandy blonde hair. He wears full plate armor. Or maybe a chest plate. Yeah, he wears a chest plate. Maybe some chainmail underneath. Got this shaggy beard. Maybe a couple scars on his face and stuff. And on his across his back is this shimmering blue glowing axe that appears to be made of like glass, maybe. And you see Maloon Wardragon. There's his art. As he turns towards you, he says, "Oh, Oliver, nice to see you, dude."
Yes, great to see you as well. It's been a number of days. Have you been out and about, so to speak, or?
I've been kind of busy with Forced Gray. You know how it is, dude.
Forced Gray, sorry.
Force Gray. Yeah, Force Gray.
Oh, keeping you busy then. Any priority projects they have you on or anything like that?
Oh, you know, dude, it's kind of hush-hush. But, yeah, man, I heard about your gnarly bust of the Zentarum hideout, dude. Nice.
Well, I can't say I can take all the credits. A couple of friends just sitting right here behind me, they had a hand in it too. Would you like to meet them?
Oh, most excellent, man. Totally.
Oh,
Yeah.
I love these voices. I'll lead them to the table and make
Right.
introductions.
Yeah, so he
Radical.
grabs his drink and he starts like kind of sauntering over behind you. But you approach the table with Sistolis and or not Sistolis, Census.
Oh.
Oh, too
My
soon.
my heart. Census. They're too similar. The names are too similar. And
Sorry.
it's okay. And Hexus
Many
and
S's.
Tarun, who are idly chit chatting.
Yes, I'm friends. This is another friend's
Okay.
balloon. He heard of our bust and wanted to say hi. He's quite the capable adventurer himself.
How's it going, dudes? Hang loose, you know.
Cha, brah.
He points. He gets it.
Ah, greetings. I am Tarun. It is nice to meet you.
Tarun, gnarly name, dude.
Maloon was just saying he's been busy with, well, perhaps I'll let you explain it. We're all amongst friends here.
Oh yeah, you know, it's just the usual stuff with Force Gray, dude. You know how it is. But I'm glad that you brought me over here, dude, because there's a friend of mine, and she'd be like super interested in some like adventurers like yourself, dude, and your friends too, probably.
Yeah, but
Oh, really?
yeah, this sounds right up our alley. Is there something specific she had in mind?
Well, not quite sure, my dude, but I can talk to her if you want to. Maybe she can get you some work, dude.
Yes, I am looking across the group. We think we could all use some extra gold in our pocket for the time being. If you'd be happy to make the introduction.
Yeah, you guys know who the Blackstaff is, right?
Kind
I'm
of
very
shoot,
familiar.
shoot my eyes to my friends.
Tarun, that's like the head of guard. I remember.
She is okay. So I mean, all of you're semi-familiar with what the Blackstaff is. She has this gargantuan tower that is owned by "quote unquote" the Blackstaff. So the Blackstaff is the lead like mage in the city. It's like the most powerful mage, and it used to be owned by a man named Kelvin Blackstaff, and he created this item called the Blackstaff, which is this ultimate powerful like mage staff, and it gets passed down from Blackstaff to Blackstaff over the ages. But the current Blackstaff, and I would say Hexus, you know this for sure, but the rest of you just know the Blackstaff. But Hexus, you would know for sure that her name is Vajra Safar. And it's also an academy at that at the Blackstaff Tower, but she's also the head of the Order of Magus and Protector, in which you are a member of.
Yes.
Though you've never met her in person. But yeah, he's like, oh, so you've heard of the Blackstaff, right?
Yes, I
Yeah.
believe I'm familiar with it.
Oh yeah, me and her, we go way back, dude, like way back. But she's like, she's noticed that there's been like a lot of crime and violence in the city for the past couple of 10 days. You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Right, totally. So the Blackstaff, she's decided that, you know, she's gonna assemble her own little task force to like enact private security and like protect the city and its citizens, but like not like Force Gray, right? Force Gray, right? I'm a lead member. He says as he like kind of shines his fingers on his chest plate. He says, yeah, we like go on adventures and stuff, but our main goal is to protect the city. But she started a like smaller group called the Gray Hands. And like she'd probably totally hire you guys for sure.
Wow, that's I mean, I don't want to speak for everyone here, but
That
I'm
sounds
sold.
fucking awesome.
Yeah,
Would
sounds
we
certainly
be
does.
meeting with her personally?
I mean, I'd have to talk to her, dude, but probably.
Maloon, when can we speak with her? When's the absolute earliest we can get this done?
Well, I was planning on heading over there, here in a little bit. Maybe I'll talk to her about you guys.
Yes, if you don't mind. I mean, I don't want to harsh your vibe or, rush you into this, but it's certainly something we'd be interested in.
He's like, leave the cool lingo to me, bruh. But
You'll,
yeah, I'll totally talk to her for you guys. No problemo.
appreciate you, mate. Appreciate you.
Yeah, totally. So like, what's up?
Well, just chilling, just drinking. Why don't I get you a beer? Here, please, sit with my mates.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll totally hang loose.
I'll scurry
Turn-
off to the bar and get a couple beers for himself and I.
Sure. So the rest of you are sitting at the table with Maloon War Dragon, who is chilling.
After he stopped talking business, I'm going right back into Volo's guide, just flipping through the
Okay.
pages.
Yep, absolutely. I'll get back to you on that, okay? Does anybody, Tarun, Census, you guys want to talk to Maloon for a second?
I just want to chat him up. Be like, all right, bro. You just sat on a table for new fucking people. You know what they're gonna ask you? What's the craziest fucking story in the Great Force that you can tell me?
Oh, dude, listen.
Come
to
on,
this
gotta
one,
spill that
bro.
shit.
Nah, listen to this one, bro. So, way back in the day, right? Way back in the day, I was just like a meager adventurer, right? I actually used a longsword. Can you believe that, dude?
No.
Yeah, dude. But I was like in the middle of hunting down this terribly dangerous wizard, dude. Yeah, he was like threatening the city and shit, dude. But I totally tracked him into this woods, like right outside the city. And I found this, and he like pulls this axe from his back. It's fucking like glowing and radiating all magical energy and shit. And he was like, it was just sitting in a stump, dude. And I picked it up, and it started talking to me, bruh. It was telling me that I'm the protector of Waterdeep, dude. Like, totally the baddest warrior there is, dude. Like, for real.
Ah,
I'm just hanging
Like-
on every word of like,
He like
yeah,
holds,
yeah,
he's
yeah,
like holding this
yeah.
axe, and he like stops talking and starts staring at it. And he's like, she says she likes you guys.
Lit.
Yeah, she's pretty chill. Her name's Azure Edge.
I'm just eating it up, dude. I'm fucking enjoying
yeah.
the fuck out of myself.
And then, like, I chased this wizard for a while, and it turns out that he had this chick, like, totally imprisoned and stuff, because she was super powerful, you know what I'm saying? And then I totally rescued the girl, right? It turns out she's, like, mega powerful, and she ended up being the Black Staff, my dude.
The current one?
Yeah, dude. Totally.
They're like smack my brother's book down.
Yeah, man, like totally. I swear on Torm, dude, that's the truth. Anyways,
Alright, so I'm just starstruck. Like I'm
Right.
just hanging on every fucking word.
you're right. In the middle of that, Oliver comes back with some drinks. Yep,
Yeah.
he takes it. Ah, much appreciated, bro.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, cheers, dude. Totally. Yeah. And if there's nothing else, after a while, he'll just like skedaddle.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Balloon would have a single question.
Okay, Oliver, you had something to say?
I was just going to say, have a new occupancy recently. We're at Troll Skull Manor now. If you do connect with your friend, maybe you could meet us there or send word for us there.
Totally, dude. Sounds gnarly, man.
Please, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, totally.
If you do send word to us, it would be best to it be sent in the morning, as tonight we have a spectral resident to deal with. It's all Tarun says, as they seem to be focused on like something they're writing.
Very interesting, bruh. Well, good luck with that, homie. Like, totally. Man, if you had Azure Edge, she does like an extra 3d10 damage to undead, bro. He just says that shit. Something like that. And then he's like, well, it was totally radical to meet all you dudes, but like, I probably got a hang 10, man.
Always
Catch
great
you on
to
the
see you,
flip
brother.
side, bro.
Oh, dude, he totally gets it, brah. Oliver, you got some gnarly friends, my dude.
They are quite gnarly, yes, I'll give you that.
He's like, all right, catch you on the flip side. And like fades into the distance. All right, so you guys are free to do as you wish.
I'm just getting covered all over. Like, bro, that guy was a fucking idiot, but he was so cool.
He certainly is quite the character, yes.
You didn't tell me you knew people in the Great Forest.
I've lived my whole life in the city. It's funny the people you bump into. It's
I suppose
the people you least expect sometimes.
they were like my superheroes when I was growing up, or whatever, like colloquial equivalent to superheroes.
No, yeah, that's perfect. No, that's good. Yeah. No, totally. No, you're absolutely right, though. They are like superheroes. Like, people in Force Grey are like legendary heroes.
It's quite the
They're paid
inspiration.
by the fucking city to be cool adventurers. Like, what's better than that?
Yeah, totally.
I think being part of the Greyhounds would be a start, anyways.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hexus, what do you think? Have you heard of this organization before?
I mean, Census wouldn't shut up about it, so if getting him on the junior division will bring him as much joy as I think it will, then I think this endeavor will be worth it.
And Tarun, can we count you on board as well then?
If it's work, I'm always on board.
Yes.
And I'm sure there's lots of
And
people.
the
for you to
secondary
meet.
source of possible work is going to be quite excellent for our attempts to get this place up and running.
Yes, good to have some extra coin and start fixing up the joints. But I guess the first problem is how are we going to deal with this specter, ghost, or whatever this thing is that you and Hexus encountered?
Well, if it's still around, chances are it has a reason to stay, and it's haunting the place, so one would assume it cares about it. Right?
I mean, that makes sense.
So, I can't see any reason anyone who gave a damn about their own abode, if this is the previous owner, which would make sense for this, if you're going to be haunting someplace, it's going to be your own home. I believe I can strike some sort of we can strike some sort of agreement. Maybe try to appease it.
Referring to that Liff fellow.
Correct.
Well, I'm always one to opt for a non-combative way to solve this, so we can certainly try that. Though maybe with our new companions, we won't have to worry, even if it does go the other route.
If a spirit's got a brain, I should be able to harm it.
Well, what do we say then, friends? We've finished our drinks and head that way?
Yeah, let's have a spooky sleepover. Sounds fun. Hexy, you got a new book about monsters and stuff, right?
Yeah, I do.
Is anything about spooks and specters?
So, you firstly started reading up about mind flayers, right? That was the first thing that you started looking into. So I'll say that whatever the monster manual says on mind flayers is the information that you know, right? That's printed in this book. Whether or not it's reliable, that is up to you.
Mhm.
Right. But it basically says they're like brain eaters, telepathic. They like enslave whole races of people, stuff like that. Mega powerful party killers,
Mhm.
basically. Um, but yeah, I mean, you can flip through this book and see all manner of different. There's like some kind of colorful frog people, dinosaurs. It's a lot of stuff that's from Cholt, is what you have discovered.
I'm gonna flip through to the undead section. I don't imagine there'd be much on specters or spirits, considering there's a
He's writing
sequel
it.
about specters and spirits.
That is correct. There is very, very little, if anything at all.
Probably just your typical like zombies.
Actually,
white-
there is a entry on this horrific looking creature with like hollow eyes and this large gaping mouth called a bodak.
Hmm.
Yeah, that like suck the life force right out of you. Did you have something to say, Neil?
Yeah, I have a question. Kind of like a not not really relevant to the game, sort of, but so is there like so he does write a book about specters and stuff after the sequences in this story?
According to the adventure, yes.
Does that mean is the spooky specter inside of this inn like a normal thing? Is like, do you think maybe he learned a lot about that stuff?
No, he
From-
said that he bought the place to.
Yeah. Yeah, do you
For
think that
research
actually
purposes.
happened? Like, I mean, I guess aside from our storyline timeline,
Okay.
yeah, you think
What-
that's how
I mean,
that worked out?
Let break it down a little better for me. What are you asking? Like outside of game, right? I love talking about.
Yeah, yeah. Do you
Yeah,
think
yeah.
that maybe like buying this in and finding whatever this creature is helped him learn and write that new book? It's like a major focal point.
Considering that the next book that they came out with after Vala's Guide is Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes, and then subsequent other adventures, probably it's just as far as the adventure is concerned, it's just a way to reward the adventurers with something that they can invest in. It's to give
They
you a
have been coming out with a lot of undead stuff in the UA playtesting.
They
Yeah.
have been, yeah. I'm super excited. Maybe Ravenloft 2.0,
yeah,
or maybe
so,
another Plane of Sorrow.
that would be
Because aren't there like 7 of them or something?
yeah, the Plane of Dreads, you mean?
That's it. That's it.
Yeah, there totally is. But yeah,
Exciting.
but really it's just like he's working on a book about ghosts. There's a ghost in this house. That's why he bought the house. But then he's like, I don't have like hundreds of gold to give to you guys, so I'm just gonna give you this house that I have already bought, basically. But that's all outside of game.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
Right.
Like D&D canon.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, the night is yours. The night is yours.
Well, do we want to go back and start maybe setting up a trap or something?
How much would we know about spirits? I guess very, very, very little. It's just regular people.
Very, very.
We would have been able to surmise it might be able. It can at least go through walls, right?
Totally.
Yeah, I saw it go through a wall.
It's
We
at
know
least intangible.
What
What
I
that
have
pertains,
been-
we don't know.
Can be non-visible because we saw it show its
Yeah,
face.
like and flip chairs while we didn't see it.
Mhm.
Do have
It can be easily offended.
I
And
do
it can
have
be revealed by detect magic.
That's helpful. I have my rain cloud trick I can do if we need the rain to come to see if we can
That was
spot
clever
its
as fuck.
outline.
Do you think I would know anything about like any kind of silver weakness for ghosts? 'Cause, like I'm a
Ooh,
jeweler. I'm sure I have silver.
that's a good question. You can make what you suggest a skill for me.
I guess if it's about monsters, maybe survival, history, something like that.
Arcana, maybe.
Probably history.
I'll take
It might.
I'll take history.
I think that would make more sense in this situation.
I'll take history. Hexus, did you want to make an Arcana check then?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll allow the 2 checks.
Oh wait, I don't have disadvantage anymore.
Bleh.
So 15.
Yeah, 15. Okay, so census. Hold up, let me look. So census, you would know that there's a lot of creatures around that have resistant to just average weapons. But you would think occasionally a silvered weapon does affect these specific creatures on which are not affected by normal weapons, or rather, resistant to them. But whether or not this specific creature is or not, it's hard to say. But you do know about silver being more effective against creatures that have resistance to non-magical weapons. And for Hexus, you would know. Let me take a look-see here. So you would know that so there's 2 different kinds of undead, right? There's corporeal and incorporeal undead, right? It's safe to assume that you are dealing with the incorporeal kind, right? Because they can go through walls, be invisible, shit like that.
Yeah.
The other thing that you would know is the same kind of thing that Census determined, is that some creatures are resistant to damage from non-magical weapons, but you would be certain that that silver is not going to cut it. Silver's more for like corporeal things. But as far as what kind of creature it is or something like that, you don't know. But Hexus, another thing that you would know is that most undead have incorporeal undead have unfinished business, and that's why they're still around. They refuse to go into the light, as it were, because they had something they would still wish to accomplish on this mortal plane. And staying away from the light, basically, makes them angry. So they become aggressive. Whether or not they had malicious intent before, they do now. But I think that's all you get.
So I'm gonna go up to my brother and be like, Hexy, okay, so ghosts, silver, right? I have a whole bunch of silver rings at home. They can catch these hands. Right?
Don't think
Right?
that that's gonna cut it in this instance.
No?
Literally and figuratively.
I got rock'em sock'em spooks. Like, I don't know.
Don't
If
think that would be any more effective.
Okay. All right. I'll trust you.
We have a blade that might be magic.
Oh,
I don't know if it is or not, but if this thing is standing in the way and we have to fight it, I don't know how effective it'll be. But Sistolis had a very strange sword.
could I see it?
It's back at the house.
All right. Well, seems like all our business is leading us there. Should we head back for the night?
It's the only other
Definitely.
thing I can maybe offer is a turn undead prayer that I could kind of mutter about if we needed to get the fuck out, essentially.
Could
Plan
be
A-
useful.
I've got
Maybe-
3 plans. Plan
Yes.
A is to try to see if I can properly engage in conversation. Last time it seemed to be interrupted. Did you try to like poke it or something?
I reached my hand out towards it and it was scary.
It might have taken some offense to that, I presume. Okay, so I'll try seeing if this name is the correct one. We'll try starting in the tavern where it first appeared. Yeah. If that's where I'm not sure if that's where it wants us out of the most, or that's just where we were. But either way, that's where we know it can be found. And Turin will get up and begin heading off.
Take the lead. I'll follow.
Excellent. So as you guys exit the yawning portal, the camera kind of hangs on the yawning portal as you guys walk out of frame, and it just kind of pans up towards the second floor balcony, where sitting at a table is this half-elf man I described before, and he's whispering. He like watches you guys leave, and then turns and whispers to one of his like men near him. And we cut back to you guys. And as you leave, I'm gonna pull you guys out to the major map. Bada boom. So you fellows are at the yawning portal here. Does everybody see where I'm pinging? So right down the street, I found some cool art, so I'll show it to you. So this is one of the walking statues of Waterdeep. He hangs above all the buildings, and I found a piece of art for it, so I thought I'd show it to you, and reveal it on the map. But it has all of the walking statues on this map as well. But here is one of them, the Honorable Knight. That's what he looks like. That's what it looks like.
Neat.
Thank you.
Yeah, I thought it was a cool piece of art. But all of the walking statues look different. They're all women and men. There's like a hawk man. They all look different. But this is one of them, the Honorable Knight is what they call him.
Cool.
And
Yeah.
I'm just realizing how much of a hike we went on to get a drink.
Oh, yeah. It's
It's a
a
bit of a minute.
solid 30 to 45 minute walk. That's why Volo takes the cab. Would you guys
Under
like to
our
catch a cab?
tab.
Yeah, would you guys like to catch a cab? There's possible. You got 2 nobles with you.
I'll hail a cab.
Yeah, you want to?
Yeah. How much should it
Alright.
be?
Yeah.
If Tarun ain't paying, they'll take it.
Let me see.
Thank you.
A is a copper piece.
Oh, yeah.
So as you stand outside the yawning portal, you wait but a moment as a single horse open cab carriage pulls by. You hail it, and he stops, and there's this kind of grizzly looking woman, kind of got a little bit of a hunchback. Her horse is missing fur in places, and she says, "Where you going?"
Troll Skull Alley.
Right, get in.
Imagine.
Okay. And you blah, 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 down the cobblestone alley. You go down Snail Street to the high road. You take the high road all the way to Delzorin Street or Seldurn Street, either way. And you end up at Troll Skull Alley. It's nighttime, maybe 11:30, as you pull up to the manor. As you do, 2 ravens fly out of a tree in the yard. Raw, 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 fly away. And you're home sweet home.
Suppose this is us. Before we go in, does anyone need to take a quick, breather? I don't know how tapped anyone's feeling.
I'm comfy.
I think I'm
Personally.
ready to go in.
How long has it been since we've been away from home?
Couple,
wait, no.
Couple hours, yeah.
Oh, we told her we weren't coming home tonight, didn't I?
Yes, you did. You
Yeah,
already
okay.
told-
All right, as long as Gran knows.
Yeah, she knows.
You guys are good for like spell slots and shit then?
I mean, would the tavern have been a short rest?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, then I'll have one more spell slot, but that's about it.
No one needs any health, so I can't do anything there. Oh, well.
Then I'm all good to go in.
All right.
Get my book out, start dusting the place.
Yeah, well, actually, as soon as you take the large, Tarun unlocks the large, like, chain lock of the tap room door. You want to go in the tap room first, or you want to go upstairs?
Tap room, definitely.
The tap room? Okay, yeah. As soon as you open up the large chain around the tap room and you open the door, you can see that there is maybe 100 handprints all over the place. They're made of like some kind of black charcoal, like perhaps from the fireplace. And you can see across the wall, on this wall right here, there is written "Get Out" in big dark black letters with like this charcoal soot from the fireplace.
Wow.
Have you guys thought about just burning this place to the ground? I mean,
You know, that
Realistic?
thought just crossed my mind, actually.
No. If this thing decides to kill me, believe me, I'll come back on the other side kicking its ass.
that's very respectable. It shouldn't be,
Alright.
but it is.
Tarun, come here for just a second, and I'll walk up to him, kind of like brush off his cloak, so it's looking all good, and I'll cast guidance
Excellent.
for you.
Okay, I'm just going to. Where is it? The message written?
On this back wall, like behind the bar, basically. Yeah, just
Okay.
like that.
I'm going to walk up to it. Precipitation to clean off the charcoal, like
Mhm.
mess, and I'm just going to. Is there like a chalkboard by any chance? Like you know how sometimes
There is not, unfortunately. But Hexus, you start walking through the room and throwing your dust. You're not catching anything just yet.
Well, I'm just going to. I have an idea that just
Sweet.
might work. Tarun is just going. As a bard myself and someone who's been to enough taverns, is there an area that looks like it would be where normally the tavern, like minstrel, would play?
Yeah. I think in this area over here where the there's a fireplace right there, and there's in the turret kind of area.
I'm gonna go stand here, and Tarun will begin to perform a song to Sistolis, kind of what they've done, and kind of like trying to give the tavern that more homely atmosphere
Excellent.
for just the moment.
Excellent. As Tarun begins playing a somewhat sorrowful, but also with a tinge of hope song, what would the rest of you like to do?
I'm gonna dust off a part of the bar table and just kind of lay down on the bar. Just
I'm gonna
chill.
pick up some scraps of chair and try and mending them together and
Yeah, totally.
get a nice sitting space.
You totally do that. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just going to stick close to my friend Tarun and keep a watchful eye, especially on the floor if any dust seems to move, or I can notice anyone coming in or out of here.
Ooh, what's the temperature out right now?
There's a little chill on the air. It's springtime, so.
Ooh, let's break down some of the chairs and throw them in the furnace and start the fire. I'm sure there's some kind of hearth in here, right?
Oh my God, yes.
Fuck
many
yeah, dude.
fireplaces.
I was like, yeah, let's break down some chairs and throw them in this bitch. It's cold. Fuck this. We can fight a ghost comfortably.
If I'm gonna fight a ghost, I'm gonna be fucking comfortable.
It'll be nice and toasty, yeah.
So,
Nice and moldy from our indoor rainfall earlier. Waiting in the
Delightful.
dark.
yeah,
Nice
all right.
aroma.
Census begins using their skill as a ranger to start a nice fire in this hearth over here by Tarun, as Tarun begins playing this tune.
Singing and playing. It's like
Singing and
combo.
playing. Yep, absolutely. Why don't you make a performance check for me, Tarun?
On
Not
with
bad.
the
Yeah.
D4 from
Okay.
guidance.
Fair, fair.
A
There you
That
go.
is a 22.
You
Well played.
guys hear a beautiful, beautiful song um, in honor of their fallen comrade. But you get the fire going. Tarun, your song ends, and your spell ends as well. Hexus, and there's nothing.
Hmm.
No, nothing.
Interesting.
Well, once the song is finished,
Mhm.
which I'm gonna probably write at least part of a song because I've been inspired to do that in real life. I'm gonna begin prestidigitation, cleaning off all the handprints,
Sure.
like arranging the chairs that aren't so broken they're being used for the fire,
Cool.
and just sort of like out loud with the parts of parchment in one hand that they wrote on in the tavern, just like running through a list of everything that needs to be done to get this place up.
Sure. You begin doing that kind of stuff. Hexus, do you recast your spell or do you let it just end?
I'll let it just end, and I'll start going around with them and just start repairing the chairs that aren't just mush.
Once the
and
fire's going
putting
pretty
some
good,
tables together.
I'll ask Tar what's next on your list. What can I help with? While I'm here, I might as well work.
Well, if they're not going to show their self, we're going to continue working on repairs and see what we can do by hand without the need of the guild, without need of some guild. But the last thing I want to do is while I'm trying to run through this, upset some of the guilds. I learned that I luckily didn't have to learn that lesson in person before, but I've heard how nasty things can get if you screw them over.
Yeah, I'll just go and help them start doing stuff.
Excellent.
Just like repairing stuff, dusting it off, getting the space as nice as we can without,
Buying
proper
anything.
maintenance.
Trying to keep a sharp eye out. Oliver, can you make a perception check for me?
Yes, sir. 16.
You notice as Tarun is busy, kind of trying to stack up some of this wood that has fallen from the ceiling, and like get it out of the main thoroughfare. And Census and Hexus are also trying to like scoot tables around and adjust things. You notice that by the bar, Oliver, a stool stands itself up from its side.
Friends, I don't think we're alone here anymore. I'll gesture to the stool.
Has it been like put up properly?
It has, yes.
Haroon is going to follow the example and like if there's any other stools nearby it, begin working on that as well.
Yep.
Bit of a smile as it's humble work, but it's probably the most honest work Haroon's ever been engaged in.
Yep. If now that everyone's keeping a close eye out, you also notice that 3 pieces of wood lift themselves up in like this corner over here and stack in the corner over here.
Looking around and following Tarun's lead, I'll also try and gather whatever spare wood, broken appendages I can and pile them up in that corner as well.
Yep.
I'll start taking from the pile in the corner, and just if there are any floorboards that are out, try and like mend them to the floor so we're not
Absolutely.
dodging holes.
Oliver, as you walk over to the same corner where that wood was put in, you feel this chill wash over you and you breathe out like cold, like how you can see your breath, but it's only for a moment.
It walks through it.
To keep working, I am not going to address that right now. I'm just going to keep working.
Yep. And after I don't know 30 45 minutes, you got this place, it's awful. It's fucking terrible, but, there's not a bunch of shit all in the floor. There's maybe 3 usable tables and about 10 usable chairs. You guys have mended and put back together. All the floorboards are back in place for the most part.
Sorry, I dipped. Dog was throwing up.
Oh, God.
Did we ever check out what was down this trap door?
I did.
So-
It's ruined alcohol.
Wine cellar.
Yeah.
Also, make sure to clean up back here too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Y'all go around, and like I said, 30, 45 minutes. You got this place looking, like you could sleep in here, or or something.
Yeah, and
Nice.
on the counter, Tarun's going to first make sure they have like a copy of it, but the main list they made of things they're going to leave on the counter and say, I believe that should be enough for this night. This does prove what I thought. They seem to. This place is what is held on to. And I'm going to just say, thank you for your assistance, Liff. And I'll look at the others and say, I do not believe we have reason to engage in anything else. I believe we take like those at the end of their lucky streak, forward while we're ahead.
Yeah.
That's fine with me.
Well, if we're turning in for the night, would you like to show me that sword that you were talking about earlier?
Ah, yes. I do ask that you don't touch it. It might cut you. I don't know what it does exactly. It's just very strange. I'll
Well,
go
follow.
Yep.
out.
So you guys have to, you have to go outside, back and around, and you can enter up into the common room of the second floor, which is. Does anybody else go with?
Yeah,
I'll
I'll
follow
follow
as
as
well.
Everybody comes. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely. Tarun, as you go to exit, kind of leading the way, you feel this kind of chill wash over you, and just one breath you can see in the air. Just for a moment.
Vernon's just gonna smile at that because it's cold, but just it's kind of refreshing that like they're not attacking us.
That's true.
Their presence is they're making their presence known. It almost feels like, you know.
Yeah. But you make your way up to the common room, and I believe it was in the den. Am I correct in my
Yes.
assessment?
Right above the fireplace.
Yep, right above the fireplace. If you go into the den above the fireplace, you can see this. How did you describe it before, Neil? The sword?
Oh fuck. I'm pretty sure it's made of obsidian along the blade with kind of like a black gunmetal holding it together in the back. And then there's slots on the back side of the blade and one on the hilt where eyes open up.
Yeah. I remember now. I
But
knew
they're
it
all
had
closed
eyes.
now.
Right.
I want to go up and just like press my hand against the handle and cast Identify, ritual cast it.
Awesome. So as you kind of, you have your hand on it, and you set your book up on like the mantle, and you begin reading, running your fingers along the pages of the book as you're ritually casting this spell. And with a flash of energy, you can understand that this blade was created using powerful magic. It is also a channel for powerful magic, like a what do they call that? A focus.
Yeah.
Focus. That's right. It's a focus, but it itself is not arcane. Like, it's not a magic item. But when this spell kind of releases, you see on the handle, on the hilt, all of these eyes open up for a second and then poof, close again. As if
Well,
whatever magic you pushed through it, kind of it channeled inside of the blade, but then went inert again.
you said this belonged to a friend of yours.
Yes. They were a bit of a warrior and mage.
They have powerful allies.
Well, they have how many mothers was it?
267.
They have exactly 267 mothers. So
Hmm.
There's really nothing you could say to that, but huh, neat. What a weird family tree. More like a family bush. I don't know.
Yeah, and actually, as he says that, you can kind of piece together, Hexus, that it must have taken a lot of magic users to just create this weapon. So no doubt it might have been these 200 and something others that all channeled their energy together to create this magical item.
267 seems like about the number that would be created. Needed for this to be created.
That makes sense. From the way they spoke of them, their mothers sounded to be very lovely people. And caring for him.
Yeah, not witches at all.
Not a bit.
But with that, I believe we should call it a night, unless some of us are set on transitioning into the lifestyle of an owl.
Who? Who?
Yes, that suppose we could call it a night. Tarun, are we just finding a place upstairs then to dust off and sleep, or?
That is my intent.
Okay.
Though if you intend to find an inn, I will be glad to pay for the cab.
No, not at all. I'm happy to stay here with you.
Very well. As for the Turner will just look at them as for you two. Thank you for your helps in this endeavor. I know it ended up being just cleaning up, but it certainly seems to have helped the relations with our other resident.
Good first step.
Glad to do it.
And Turner will
You
head
guys
out
are welcome
the
to
room.
stay here if you'd like, but
We're
sure, then,
just down the street. We'll probably head home for the night.
of course. Well then, call it a night then.
Call it a night then.
Sounds good.
As we're walking out,
Mhm.
I'm gonna take a few minutes and cast alarm on like the stairway that we took to go up,
Okay.
just in case anybody breaks in or maybe
Okay.
the spirits wandering up towards them. I don't know.
Okay. Absolutely. No problem. What does this look like when you cast this spell?
I reach into one of my bags and I pull out a small bit of thread, and I sort of like it looks like I'm measuring something, and then I move the thread away, and there's just this faint glow behind where the thread was, and I just go around in a little cube.
Sure. After a moment, this glow fades and shimmers into nothingness. Okay. Yep. Done and done.
Cool.
Alrighty. So the Gemini twins return to the Gemini estate, and Tarun and Oliver are left at Troll Skull Manor. So, Tarun and Oliver, where would you guys like to go? What would you like to do?
Which bedrooms look to have the two most intact beds, would you
No.
say?
Negative.
Hello?
Negative, my friend.
Probably should have invited.
I wouldn't sleep on any of those beds if I were you.
Well, Tarun slept in worse conditions, so they're probably just gonna find the sturdiest floor then.
Okay. Well, that just depends. What would you like to make your room? That's basically what I'm asking.
Oh. If
I think the library / study is out of the question because there's a huge hole in the roof.
yeah.
And as well as the turret. I probably wouldn't stay in the turret with all the bird shit.
Well, yeah, what about these bedrooms in the third floor? Even if there's no.
One of them has a bed frame and one of them has this awful bed. But they're intact enough to make your own, yeah.
Well, perhaps we can go there at least for the solid floor, and I'll take my vestments,
Yeah.
like all my religious clothing, and kind of ball it up into a pillow and fucking use that tonight.
Before, as we're walking back, I guess I'm just gonna ask, hey, see, do they have beds?
You know, I didn't think of that. I'm sure they'll manage.
Because we have bedrolls at the house.
You have
gotta-
like
We're-
five.
we're-
You have
we're-
5 spare bedrooms.
we're adventurers. Like we could give them a bedroll or two that we've used on our expeditions just temporarily if they were really adamant about staying there a night.
Yeah.
Are we being assholes? Are we the baddies?
It's late. It's late. We're forgetful.
Okay. I'm
Speaking
gonna-
of forgetful, do you have the keys? Because I don't have the keys.
Fuck.
We smash cut to you both standing outside of the estate.
Damn it.
And
Oh
the
no,
door's
I'm not.
locked.
I'm not getting in trouble for this. I want to go to my open window from
Okay.
earlier.
You
and
gotta cl-
I want
it's
to
on the
misty
second.
step. I want to misty step inside.
All right, so hold up, though. Let's play this out. So you can see your open window on the second floor from the street.
Mhm.
You and Census are both standing there, well aware that neither of you have the keys to the estate.
Fuck.
You're just gonna dip out, or do you say something, or what?
I'm gonna say. What was their name?
Bruno?
Or
Uh,
Mario?
Yeah, I'm gonna say. Well, I hope you have a nice time waking up Bruno. And I'm
Brother,
just
don't do
gonna
this to me.
teleport
Don't do
up.
this to me.
What does your Misty Step look like?
So I just kind of like I'm looking at Census and I look at the window and I'm like, have a nice time with Bruno. And I just kind of like Thanos snap, kind of just like
Okay.
slowly turn into mist and it blows away.
Yeah.
Kind of wave out the window.
Census, you are left in the street. It's a little chilly.
Just throw rocks at his window. Come on. Come on. Is his window still open?
It is.
Did you close
Is
your
it?
fucking window?
I
He
closed
closed it.
God.
Brayden, do you have inspiration?
I don't think so.
Take
No,
it.
I don't.
Take it.
Look, I'm gonna go make my own family estate with blackjack and hookers. Fuck you.
Not
Well,
gonna
what would you
knock
like-
on the door and wake up Bruno at 2 in the morning.
No, I'm not. Nah. He has a mean right hook and then a left hook and then another right hook.
That's right.
So
Maybe
He's
I'm
not afraid to go for the groin either.
Fuck it, dude. I'm just gonna go back. Like,
So,
fuck.
after a moment, Hexus, you kind of dust off your bed a little bit and you kind of, find yourself relaxing, and you get a ping in your mind of Census breaking your alarm spell as, let's say, Tarun or Oliver, either or, hear bang, 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 bang on your door.
Guys,
Uh,
this is a plan.
Did you hear
I've
that?
got it, and Tarun will head down.
Mhm.
In like, they're not in fancy clothing because they're expecting to sleep, so it's like probably like one of those nightgowns in the cartoons, basically.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
But like somehow
No makeup.
fancily styled.
Yeah, no makeup.
Not needed with when you're a half elf, but
Right. Okay. So, yeah, you come
I will
downstairs.
open. Is there like I can look through a whole? Like,
Sure.
I'll look through, see who it is.
It's Census.
I will open the door and be like,
I forgot.
I'm
the
guessing-
keys. I forgot the
Yeah.
keys to my house, and brother Misty stepped up into his bedroom and then wouldn't let me in. Can I stay here tonight?
Going to tiptoe down the stairs with my mace in hand at this point.
And a candle, because it's
Yeah.
dark as shit.
What the
they
fuck?
just forgot keys for their own home.
Oh, well, come on in. I think I have an extra set of normal clothes that you could ball up into a pillow if you would like.
I didn't bring my bedrolls.
Well, we'll have to add bedrolls to the shopping list. Probably near the top.
Well, hearing the ping, I'm
Yeah.
gonna look outside, see
Yeah.
that Census isn't there.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna know what's going on, and I'm not
Right.
heartless, so I'm gonna go into the attic or wherever,
Uh-huh.
grab a few sleeping bags.
Okay.
And I'm gonna walk out the front door,
Okay.
and I'm gonna walk over there. And now, for the second time in the middle of the night, you're gonna hear bang, bang, bang.
Oliver at the ready.
Tarun will head down again and just go, I need beauty sleep to look
Well,
this good.
Sleep
Well,
on
open the door.
These should help with that. And I start passing out the sleeping bags.
Yeah, you got like 4 bedrolls.
I presume you at least brought your own key when you left, or are you staying here now for the night?
I mean, might as well at this point.
Fair.
Just want to go to sleep.
I will just toss them back one of the bedrolls. Go to toss one to the other 2 as I head up to like the master bedroom. I'm just
Okay.
gonna sleep in there.
Excellent. Where would the rest of you like to sleep? Seems like everybody's on the 3rd floor. Is that what it's looking like?
Yeah.
I mean,
you're
is that
ta-
fire still going on the first floor?
I was about to say, yeah.
Like it's warm
yeah.
down there.
Yeah, there's embers now at this point. It wasn't
It's at least warmer than the top
I could always
cold part of
relight
the
it.
house with
First,
holes in the roof.
Tarun probably would have put it out if we were all leaving that room because of
that's
fire
true.
safety.
That's true.
Just snap fingers out.
We could always camp out in the common room or the den and then start the hearth up there.
Yeah,
I'm
let's
sure
start
there's enough rubble to burn.
Let's
absolutely.
start a fire in the den under the watchful eyes of Sistilis' sword.
Excellent. Excellent. So all of you bed down for the night, and as you lay there trying to get some sleep, the house seems to creak and settle on its own. Every now and then you hear the skitter of a mouse. But rest comes to you. And you all wake up in the morning. Fades to black, fade up. When we fade up from black, what's the scene? Where is everybody at?
Still in the master bedroom for Tarun.
Passed out in one of the bedrooms up on the 3rd floor.
I'm a pretty early riser. I mean, I know we stayed up pretty late, but
Yep.
I'm not the type to sleep in.
Okay.
So I probably went
here.
back to the house, and I'm getting Bruno or one of the other servants to cook up a nice meal to take back.
You went back home?
Yeah.
Okay. So early you went back home before everybody else was awake? Is that what
Mhm.
you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm fetching breakfast for the lot.
Excellent. So you do get a scene. Molly is the first to wake at the Gemini estate. You did you lock the door when you left?
No.
Probably not, right? Yeah. But when you do come back, you realize that it's locked.
So I'll knock this time.
Yeah, so you knock and you see bags under her eyes, Molly, and she says, "Oh, I was just getting breakfast ready. Please come in."
Well, that's perfect because I was planning to surprise our new friends with a little breakfast.
She says, "Well, I can fix it up for you, no problem."
Would it be more convenient to bring them here, or maybe get something to go and bring it over there?
She says, "Well, I was planning on making some breakfast pies. They're not quite finished yet. It'll be an hour or so before they're done, but they're portable."
All right, that sounds good. I'll sit around the house and wait.
Yep, excellent. Bruno is the next to rise, but he, nods to you, but gets working. Getting the house ready, and all that stuff. But after a while, before Theodosia or Josephine have awakened, the meat pies are prepared.
We'll pick them up, take them over to the tavern area, and then go up and tell everybody breakfast is ready.
Yep.
Oh,
So all of you
Car-
are stirred awake by Hexus.
Tarun's a bit of an early riser as well. They probably might be have continued working on the house during that time period.
Okay, yeah, that's
Still
fine.
pass
So
the fuck out.
yeah, where would you have been working? Probably in your room, maybe, because it's still pretty fucking messy.
They would be working on the common room out, the second floor mostly.
Okay, yeah, that's
Because
fine.
a lot of people are on the third floor. They don't want to wake them up. And
Yep. So, Hexus, as you open the second floor door that almost falls off the hinges, you see Tarun in there getting ready.
you got like an apron on, like the little bandana, like they're in some old poster.
Yeah, like We Can Do It, kind of.
Yeah.
Rosie the Riveter, yeah.
Yes, full
Uh,
Rosie the Riveter.
So we kind of, fake smash cut to everybody's together in the common room. Census, you're rubbing your eyes and everybody's ready to go.
Yep.
oh, something smells delicious in here.
Some nice, high quality breakfast pies, courtesy of the Gemini Estate.
Thank you. Don't mind if I
course.
do.
Least I could do for a friend.
Yeah, fuck it. I'll dig in, grab some of this.
Yeah, it's delicious. Oh my God, Molly is so good.
Tarun will dig in, still quieter than usual, adding notes to both the list he left on the desk. Was there any modifications, or was it moved at all, or is it just there?
No, it's just there.
So we're gonna make sure he has 2 copies of it, one for here and one to bring with him. With him.
As you guys are eating your breakfast, you hear, all of you simultaneously hear a voice in your head. Woman's voice. I am Vajra Stafar, the Blackstaff. Come to Blackstaff Tower in the castle ward at once. And then there's nothing more.
Did you all just hear that?
I'm just gonna scream.
Very well.
Suppose we better get on then.
We're gonna be greyhounds.
Give me just a moment, and I'm gonna go into like one of the rooms that's not currently being in use, and just change into like the suit.
Oh, okay.
And then
No problem.
presentation, make sure all my stuff's clean. No perfume, because this is not a fancy person. This is an official person.
Correct. All
I
right.
clean myself up as much as I can. Is there any mirror in the house?
I will
No.
presentation clean everyone else up too.
Oh, okay,
Alright.
that's good enough for me.
So yeah, Tarun just starts walking and waving his fingers, and all dust and stuff literally lifts off of you and just drops onto the ground. All right.
Well, I'll try and hail another cab to get to Blackstaff Tower.
As we head out, I'll just say, Lift, take care of the place while we're gone.
Cool. Okay. You walk out of Troll Skull Alley, and you can see that the alley itself and Sardoon Street is actually a little bit busy today. There are people walking around, not as much as like yesterday when it was raining, though there were still some people, not as many. But this morning it's busy. There's children chasing each other with sticks down the street. A couple of people going in and out of the shops and stuff, Corlon's Crown, stuff like that. There's actually on the corner of Sardoon Street and Winborough Lane, or Winborn Lane, Winborn Lane Way. there is a group of halflings performing a song together. One of them has an accordion, and one of them has a lute, and one of them has like a pan flute, and they're just performing the song on the street. But you make your way to the high road, and there are many carriages bustling down the street. But actually, you see a dray heading in your direction. A dray is a double-decker bus, basically, like it's fucking huge, and it's pulled by 6 horses. It's called a dray, and you see a dray kind of bumping its way down the street, if you'd like to call it.
Yeah, I'll hail it and be like, going way of Blackstaff.
The gentleman in the dray, in the front of the dray, rather, there's 2 people. A younger boy, almost, and an older man. And they say, well, we're headed to the, let's see, where are they headed? Let's see, I gotta look at my map here. There's a lot of shit on this map.
There's a lot of stuff on this
Yeah,
fucking
and there's
map.
even stuff that you don't see. But he's heading to the market.
It's
Which
at least
not-
close.
Yeah, it's close, to the
Close.
Blackstaff Tower. The Blackstaff Tower is here. Ping, 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 ping.
Yeah, I see it.
Close enough for us.
Close enough for us.
Yep, and the dray is free, so you can ride on the
Sweet.
dray. Yep, it's public transportation.
We'll hop on.
Yep, so you guys hop on the dray, and there's a couple of people on here, and actually there's a tiefling man who is missing most of his fangs, and he is wearing like beggar's clothes and asleep on like 3 seats, curled up with his legs out across 3 seats. But other than that, there's maybe a semi-noble woman, a couple of a family of half elves. But you guys pile into the dray, and it makes its way down the high road towards the market.
I'm gonna gently wake up the tiefling just a little bit and hand them a silver piece and say, if we had crossed paths again, I hope you'll return this kindness in at least some capacity.
He kind of sits up and he rubs his sleepy eyes, and you can see he's dirty, and
I'll clean them up with visitation too.
Oh, he takes a silver piece and he bites into it, and he looks at it, and he looks at you, and he says, "This is very nice. Thank you. I will
problem.
not forget this. Timora's luck to you."
Tamora's luck to you, friend. That's what.
He'll put it away and kind of sit up and, wipe his nose and sit up straight like he's, Okay. You make your way to the market. So the dray stops on Trader's Way and says that he stops at Trader's Way, and he'll say, "Next stop, Heroes Garden."
We'll head off now.
Yep.
Head out.
And you guys make your way into the market, which is probably the busiest place in Waterdeep. Though there are shops and stores littered throughout the city, this is like a flea market. Like, there is stalls. There are some official buildings that you can see, like, from the outside. All of these are like official buildings, but this entire area is littered with a maze of stalls and carts, and all manner of things can be bought and sold here. Animals, trinkets, weaponry, anything you can think of, food. But you are now at the market. Would you like to head towards the Blackstaff Tower that you can see in the distance? The Blackstaff Tower rises above the buildings. Let's see if I have a picture of it. I don't think I do. No, I don't. So the Blackstaff Tower is this slender, obelisk-like black tower. Excuse me. And as if coming from the side of it, like it's some kind of wind sail, like some kind of futuristic looking wind sail. There is like glass panes that make this like weird wind sail that like sticks out of the side of this obelisk. And it rises above all the buildings nearby. And you can actually see one of my favorite walking statues from here. The Great Drunkard, which is a statue that, I'll tell you what happened to it, but it's up to your characters whether or not you know. But half of its legs are sunken into the earth, and it looks like it's appearing to be falling over. But it's frozen in time. It's like a large man wearing like common clothes. He's got a big, big beard. But he appears to be falling with his legs half sunken into the earth. And the reason this is because a long time ago, when the statues were animated, they began wreaking havoc after they were used for whatever the hell they were used for. And the Black Staff at the time tried to stop all of them. So he used some kind of earth melting spell to make the ground sink. Or make the ground like water. And he began to fall into it and then froze back in place. And you can see that this statue is like leaned back like this, and in its hands and all along its arms there are small buildings built into it with ladders and stairs that lead up to it, as if for hundreds of years he's just been sitting there and people have grown around him.
That's so fucking cool.
I know, it's one of my favorite in the city, for sure. The Godcatcher and the Great Drunkard. Oh, you can see the Godcatcher from here, too. So the Godcatcher is one of my favorites as well. There is a woman with, like, naked, quote-unquote, but there's no, like, details. It's just, like, her figure, basically. And she has this really long hair that, like, covers her breasts and stuff. And she has her hand outstretched towards the sky. And and hovering magically above her hand is a stone sphere that just slightly orbits in a circle. As she just stands there. Yeah. I know almost all of the statues. But you guys push your way through the market, or through Trader's Way, rather, and you make your way towards the Blackstaff Tower by going, like, this way, right? And as you go this way, you recognize Oliver. There is a place here that you recognize. There's this facility right here. It is massive temple. Let's see if I have a handout. I do. So there's this massive temple with a bunch of stone columns that come through. It's painted beautifully. It is very well maintained. And you can see priests, scholars, paladins, all entering in and out of this place with a gigantic blue gauntlet that is like on the holy symbol of this place, iron gauntlet with a closed fist. This is the holy symbol of Tyr, and this is the halls of justice for the god Tyr. And you actually have to pass this place to get to the Blackstaff Tower. As you pass this place, you can see, like I said, paladins, priests, all kinds of people going in and out of the halls of justice. There's actually a few city watch that are actually taking maybe criminals or something. They're handcuffed, taking them into the halls of justice. And stuff like that, maybe to have them prayed over or reprimanded. But as you kind of pass the halls of justice, you're heading towards another large temple in the city. When Oliver, you hear from behind you, "Oliver, is that you?"
Turn around.
Yeah, so you turn around and you actually see on a very big horse. Like one of those horses with the hairy feet, like a Clydesdale, is that what they're called? Like the Budweiser horses?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, like the Skyrim ones. Yeah.
Yeah. So you see this guy on this big fucking horse, and the horse has like leather down its face, as it's like armored or whatever. But you see the sun reflecting a glint off of this metal armor, as you see a person that Oliver, you actually recognize.
Jax, is that you?
Ha ha! So you see a human man. He has silvery white hair, though he is young. He is wearing golden armor, He has what kind of weapon does he have? Is it a long sword? Yeah, he's got a long sword at his hip and a lance across his back. He is wearing a shield on his side that has this giant blue fist on it, the same symbol of Tyr. You would recognize. But yes, you would actually recognize this guy to be Jax, a long forgotten, maybe not forgotten, friend of yours. And let me see if I have a good handout for him. I sure do.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Mr. Handsome himself. Look at this guy.
Yeah. So,
Plate mail daddy.
yeah, so you see him and he says, Oliver, man, is it good to see you, as he begins riding up
Action
towards you.
Jackson in the flesh, my friend. So good to see you again.
He will dismount off of his gargantuan horse and come up and just like grab you and hug you. And yeah, you can tell he's really strong as he squeezes you into his plate mail.
Are you still at the horse here? What have you been up to?
He kind of takes you in his arms and he pushes you back from it and he says, "Well, look at you. You've gotten bigger since the last time I saw you."
I can say the same about you. You've seemed to triple in size, my friend.
He says, Tyr must be watching over both of us because I've been looking for you.
You have. Good news, I hope.
Oh, well, I'm back, as you can tell, he says as he like kind of sticks his arms out.
And where did your most recent venture have you gallivanting off to?
Well, I've been in Elturel for quite some time. I've actually made myself into a Hell Knight, a Hell Rider.
Wow, that's amazing. I'm so proud of you.
He says, well, no need. But what about yourself? What have you been getting into?
Well, I've mostly just been at the hospice, taking care of people as I can.
That same old hospice.
I know, but I think you might be impressed. We have an inn with the Greyhounds right now. We're actually just on our way. It's just down the road.
The Grey Hens?
Yes.
You mean with the black staff?
Yeah, that's the one indeed, yes. I'm
Oh.
sorry, where are my manners? Please, I'm with my friends here. They're accompanying me. Everyone, this is one of my oldest friends, actually. Jack Skillfoil, the fourth.
Rune, it's a pleasure to meet you. Although, Oliver, you should not sell your escapade short. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'd be dead if not for your assistance in our most recent adventure.
You see Jax raise a skeptical eyebrow.
Well, nothing, it all pales in comparison, I'm sure, but we're just dipping a toe into the adventurer's life, so to speak.
You, Oliver? An adventurer?
Hey, I can still take you back when we did growing up, and I'll kind of give him like the fake.
Yeah,
like,
he does it too.
Clearly, like outmatched in everything.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah. This guy's beefy as hell. But he says, right, so Tarun, right? Is that your name?
Correct.
It's a pleasure. Like he said, Jax Guilfoyle the fourth. I'm a knight, a hell rider.
Very best there is. These are also my friends, Hexus and Census.
My jaw has not come up. I'm just.
Yep. He said, "Oh, so you've heard of the Hell Riders, then, have you?"
Oh, anybody who has ears and isn't an idiot. Oh, is the companion as beautiful as I've been told it is?
Her radiant light shines upon all of us, friend. Do you have inspiration?
I haven't checked. No.
Don't.
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Bringing up that lore shit. What? All right. So yeah, he says, and Hexus, is that right?
Yes, I'm Hexus. Just
He-
kind of not starstruck at all. Just
Right. Yeah. He kind of looks you up and down. And he says, "You look like a wizardy type."
He is a wizardy type. Oh, you're so astute.
I'm
Yeah.
just-
He leans back on his horse. Well, well, don't let me slow you down. I just wanted to catch up with my old friend here, and I'm glad I've run into you.
Yes, absolutely. It's always good to see. Of course, you know that.
So you're going to speak with the Black Staff, is it? You're
Yeah.
part of the Force Grey.
Well,
No,
not quite yet. This is a preliminary introduction. Vajra Safar has sent for us and might have use for adventurers like us, kind of like in a half braggy tone.
Yeah. He picks up on that, and he says, "Well, honestly, I'm kind of out of the job right now, so do you think I could come with you?" He says, and you can see him. This whole like cocky kind of I'm the shit kind of thing kind of fades a little bit. He's like, I need a job.
Yeah, adventuring together. I mean, that was always the dream growing up, right? I kind of look back to my friends.
I don't. The only issue with that is we were specifically, like, magically invited ourselves. I would not
Oh,
want
that's
to
true.
upset the black staff by bringing in someone unknown to it. But if we
Someone of
mention, I'm certain we can mention you and mention that you are about to be joining us on our future adventures. That might get you in.
Yeah, certainly someone of his reputation has garnered some semblance and respect of these parts. I'm sure they'd be delighted to have you. Turning back to Jax now.
Yeah. He says, well, I'd hate to impose.
Well, let's perhaps Tarun, you're right. We'll speak with Vajra and see what the deal is, and we'll of course say that we could use one more in our party.
He kind of nods and he says, maybe I can, wait outside or something, And this is kind of a little weird for you. The way that he's kind of talking to you about like this. It's almost like he's uncomfortable.
Yeah, this is like super like transactional and professional now, and
Yeah.
I'm coughing to myself. Yeah, of course. Yeah, we're about to go right in, and we'll find you when I'm done. We'll let you know what happens.
Yeah, he kind of nods and says, I gotta set up Maribel here," and he like pats his horse, at the halls of justice. Maybe I'll meet you when you come back out.
Yeah,
Sounds quite
absolutely.
wonderful.
Right.
Um,
Oh, go ahead.
while they're talking, I just want to kind of like maybe try and sneak a bit of dust on him, see if he's got any magic.
Yeah, sure. Let's see if he does have any magic. Nah, no magic on this guy.
Oh,
Unfortunately. But yeah, he kind of says, well, it was a pleasure to meet all of you. I hope to see you again. Soon.
question.
Sure.
Because as a con man, because as a con man himself, there's some red flags being raised to them.
Sure. Do you want to make an
I've like,
insight check?
yeah, definitely.
Okay.
16.
So it's you're right in the fact that something
Something's up.
is up, but he does not at all seem like the untrustworthy type. And you would know that most like knights of tier are like pretty straightforward motherfuckers, lawful good out the wazoo. But there is something that's kind of eating at him that he is not hasn't quite mentioned yet. You think that it's not adding up that he once was a Hell Rider in Elturel and now he's back here in Waterdeep for some reason. But what your insight check really gets you is as he turns away and tries to mount his horse again, you notice a slight limp. Very slight.
Tarun kind of has this look of like, Like he like their face becomes completely expressionless, like full poker face for a couple seconds. They seem to almost put a mask on
Yep.
before it seems to click and the mask seems to fade, and they'll just nod and say. And as we like head off and they've head off in the other direction, I'm going to look at Oliver and say, "Your friend was discharged, most likely."
What? Jackson? No, he's one of the best knights in Waterdeep.
They have a limp.
I
They're hiding it, but I can tell. I do
couldn't.
this for a living.
Well, perhaps we can talk to him after, but I'm sure there's a reasonably sound explanation for all this. You probably got nipped in battle, fighting dragons, and doing whatever the fuck they do out there. I don't know.
Exactly. Knights get hurt all the time. Oliver, why do you have so many cool friends?
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
I
2 out
do
of 2
have
now.
Cool friends, don't
You
I?
do have cool friends.
Am I cool?
Are, I guess.
It's really ironic, and I'm noticing this now that like Oliver. I mean, this is out of game, right? But like Oliver really like idolizes being a hero, like the idea of being a hero, right? But so he surrounds himself with people that are true heroes. You know what I'm saying? So he can kind of look up to these people. So that is very interesting about your character, dude. A plus plus. But you guys make your way past the halls of justice, and you pass another temple, which is just a goddamn mess. It is like a 3-story building with like these open kind of windows where there's no like glass or anything, and there is drunk people hanging out of them. There's naked women laughing, and you know, some dude pulls this woman that's like they're flirting and laughing, and some dude just grabs her and just goes brrrr in her titties. And you, Tarun, you would recognize this place as the Font of Knowledge, or the Temple to Agma.
Why do I recognize this place?
Yeah, of
Why
course
don't
would
you recognize this place?
Right. So you would recognize that Agma is the Lord of Knowledge. He's like the Lord God of knowledge and invention, but he's really just the patron god of bards.
Ah, never mind. Everything makes sense.
Yeah. And there's just beautiful music coming from outside, people dancing all around, but you just kind of wander past this crazy place to see the Black
Balloon
Staff Tower.
Looks slightly like embarrassed that this is the state of it.
Yeah, oh yeah.
As I mentioned,
It's pretty embarrassing.
He has no interest in all this, and Thrun will like as we approach it, might try to make us take a turn so we don't see it as long, but still head the same direction.
Basically,
Just
yeah,
like
no problem.
let's take this way. Let's take this way. It's a bit faster with less traffic. Let's go.
Yeah. So you can now see the Blackstaff Tower, which is, like I said, this like square obelisk that rises up out of the, yeah, and it just goes up. There's like clouds circling the top of it, and there is this gate, this circular gate that surrounds the entire facility, or rather fence. And there's this one like semicircle gate that is open currently, that you may enter. But it doesn't, as far, like this gate is like maybe 40 feet out from the obelisk itself. So like not diameter, but the other one.
Perimeter?
Radius.
Radius.
And, yeah, radius. And there's nobody in there. There's no trees. There's nothing. It's just empty.
Let's go.
So as you walk through the gate, you feel this kind of force almost pushing you back, but it's not like it's like, oh shit, I'm getting pushed away. It's just like there's a little bit of resistance, like you're breaking through something. And as soon as you step in, you see there's a bunch of people out here. And there are wizardly, there's like a wizarding kind of stout halfling man. He's got little spectacles on the end of his nose. He's got crazy white hair. He's got like 12 wands strapped to his side, and he is instructing like a bunch of children like maybe 12, 13 children that all have their own little wands, and they are practicing casting, minor magical spells like prestidigitation or something, like making sparks fly out of their wands. And the halfling goes up and says, "No, no, no, like this, swish and flick," and and there are other people like elves out there meditating underneath of giant trees that weren't there before. But yeah, you can actually see this ass of people outside that you did not notice before, and the Blackstaff Tower ahead of you with this giant oak wooden door that goes up like, maybe like 4 or 5 steps, and then there's this huge oak wooden door. What would you like to do?
This certainly looks like the place.
Yeah. Just have I seen this before?
So you would have registered here before, and you would know that if you just open the door, there is this almost like extra dimensional space where all the wizards go to register. But you've never seen any stairs up to go into the tower. It's something very suspicious about how to navigate inside of this tower. You've never seen any way to like see anything other than this registration area.
But yeah, this is like I've been here before. I just kind of keep walking like
Sure.
nothing's out of the ordinary.
Yep. You so you want to walk to the front door then?
Yeah.
Okay. The rest of you follow.
Yes.
So,
You walk
Hexy
up.
knows where he's going.
You walk up to the front door. You see a familiar. There's a black raven head knocker. Yep. And do you just want to open the door?
Yeah.
Okay. You open the door and you see the same facility that you've seen before. It's a square room, but it's much bigger than the outside of the tower suggests. And there is almost a separate room with a glass kind of thing. It's like a box office almost. And there's like a shitload of chairs and cushions and stuff, like a waiting room. But you do see that there is a woman behind the counter.
Is there a line or
There is not. No.
Okay. Well, then I'll just
There's actually
go
no.
right up.
Mhm. Yep.
Just go right up and be like, we were requested to be seen by the Blackstaff.
This elf woman, she kind of lowers her gaze at you and she says, "You are supposed to speak with the Black Staff, you say?"
Yes, she told us we have business. Something about the gray hands.
Ah, yes. She snaps her fingers, and a book appears, and she begins rummaging through the pages, and she points. She says, "Ah, yes." Closes it again. She says, "You're in the wrong place."
Where should we be going?
To the Black Staff herself, of course.
And how would we get there?
She cocks her head. Go back outside. Close the door. Knock 3 times with the knocker and say her name.
All right. Just kind of usher them back out.
Yeah.
Kind of a little bit excited because it's like this is interesting.
Yep.
I'll go outside and I'll say
Yeah,
her
so you
name.
take the raven holding this like knocker. You snap, 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 right 3 times, and then this raven knocker comes to life, and it says, "Who do you wish to see?"
The Blackstaff.
It lowers its gaze at you. Vajra Safar.
Bajra Savar.
You have to say it.
I'm here to see Vajra Savar.
You may enter. And then it becomes inert again.
is everything in the wizarding world so complicated?
Outside
To
looking
be fair,
in, yes.
it seems rather simple.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
To be fair, it seems rather simple. You knock on the thing, you say who you want to see, and then you go in. I think they just overcomplicated it by referring to them by title that passes through people instead of the name of the person.
I'll open
Trust
the
me, bard
door.
stuff gets
Yep.
a lot weirder.
You open the doors and you see a long, like 60-foot long hallway that is just has no doors on it or anything. The doors just open up to this 60-foot long wooden hallway. There's a couple of rugs on it. There are lanterns that hang from the walls. And as you enter, you can see that there is a gigantic portrait on one side of the wall of this dark-haired man with this like beautiful mustache and beard. He's standing with like his hand in his pocket, his chest pocket, holding what you would recognize to be the Black Staff. And underneath of it, it says the late great Kelvin Blackstaff. And as you kind of follow down this 60-foot long fucking hallway, there are more paintings on the wall of, you know, a wizard kind of shooting the Blackstaff up at this gargantuan dragon, and there's another one where there are just an army of trolls like marching through this like on fire. These huts or villages are on fire and stuff, and these trolls are coming through, and there's like an army of mages like shooting spells at them. Actually, as you pass, you see a teeny tiny little portrait of some dude that you actually recognize. He has slicked back black hair. He's wearing this purple kind of robe with the collar popped up on it. There's a little tiny skull on it. And you would recognize this guy to be Jim Dark Magic, as there's like a little teeny tiny portrait of him. And you can continue on to the end of the hall. Excuse me, the end of the hallway, where there's another wooden door.
Just keep on going in.
Yep, so you open the door and walk in?
Yep.
Okay, you open the door and walk in, and there is a small office. You can see that it is separated into two separate rooms by a curtain, but the curtain has been opened, and on the one side of the room, you see something that Hexus might recognize, maybe. That depends on what you think, but the rest of you have no idea what this thing is. But there is a arcane energy kind of sphere slowly oscillating, and it is actually the world of Terrell, like just floating in this whole. It takes up the whole second side of the room. But there is a desk, and there is papers and stuff strewn all about this desk. There is a small candle on the desk that has since melted away, and there's like a candle on candle on candle kind of melting. You can see that there's this large stained glass window behind this person. Though it doesn't depict anything, it's just really beautiful. And Hexus, you notice leaned up in the corner of this room is the Black Staff. And all of you can feel its energy radiating off of it. Like this thing is mega powerful, and all of you can feel its presence. But sitting at the desk, with her hair kind of curly and wild, there's a darker skinned woman. She has a young face, but though you can tell that there is a bit of wear on her because she looks like she's got big bags under her eyes and stuff like that. But you see, wild hair, beautiful face. Vajra Safar, the Black Staff. And as you enter, she looks up and she says, "Ah, I have been expecting you." And we're going to take a quick break.
Okay.
Cool.
All right, see you guys back in a minute.
Holy crap, holy. Don't nerd out on us, nerd. Wizard didn't nerd. Oh, well. Yeah. Last thing we need is both twins going full geek.
I love
My
it.
ears will not survive it.
I love it.
I love it, but my ears don't.
I can't believe that Neil knew about the companion and everything. That's so cool.
I'm actually writing, by the way, a little,
Did
at
he?
least rhyming little ditty, I guess, for the thing. Also a list. At the top of the list is broom. I don't know a lot of cleaning products that would be in this time period. I know broom,
That's true. Bucket.
duster, maybe mop. maybe.
Yeah, mops probably exist in this high fantasy setting.
Yeah. No, we can't afford no fancy cleaning potions. We don't need to get scammed by that bald artificer. It makes everything too clean. Great, now I have a horrible character concept that I might use if I ever have a joke one shop. Mr. Clean the Artificer. All they make is acids, but they're flavored to be bases. Because
That's
similar effect.
Goddamn thing all game. Literally, I would
Honor.
be getting targeted by the enemy
Dang,
team
that's
and
cool.
he'd just be standing underneath our turret.
So the
He's
Viago's
literally
right
right
hand.
next to me and not do the damn thing. No skill shots, no autos, nothing, just sitting there.
So that
The
is...
third time is when I just started pinging aggressively, and then he left. I'm like, okay, bye.
All right,
That's
time to
two
start
sources
nerding
for-
out.
We got 2 sources for jobs, which is good. Then we also have our good old noble friend for some financing. And that should be great. And once we get the place up and running, I'm pretty sure Volo and Floon can be good for getting the word out.
Ooh, I actually found Art of the Godcatcher, and it's not a man, it's a woman. Or it's not a woman, it's a man.
Some people draw it differently too, though.
Yeah,
Unless it's official.
I mean, it's not official, but this is totally what the Godcatcher looks like.
Well.
See how it has like a building built on top of it?
That's kind of what I... Oh, where'd you send it to?
On the Discord.
Ah.
Why'd you shut it? Because burps.
Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah.
Isn't that so fucking cool?
Yes.
All the statues are so dope. And they're
Yeah.
huge. Like, look how fucking big that thing is.
My friend who's run this, they basically ran this and then went homebrew stuff. Through shenanigans involving the fact that it was an evil party who screwed up and went to the other dungeon. I don't know the full story. I just know some of the statues went back on.
Yeah. That's actually a one-shot idea I was planning for my other group. It is like the statues for some reason start walking again. And they like wreak havoc on the city and stuff, and like the whole party has to like stop the statues, basically. Like a high level, like 17th level adventure or something.
Yeah. Can't remember what it was. Oh no, that was a Matt Mercer thing. Oh, you know what's weird? You know what I kind of hate? Because I thought the College of like the Spirits was going to be in Tasha's, but it's like no, the 2 undead themed things are just separate UAs, which is slightly saddening, but oh well.
Yeah,
'Cause,
people
like-
think those are going to be in the Ravenloft book that they're announcing tomorrow.
Ah. See, I want Volo's Guides to Spirits and Specters because they said it was going to be written all the way back here. And I want my more Volo's perspective on lineages because now that we're doing lineages instead of races, which I could see the differentiation. I'm just disappointed because now you can't have gnolls because gnolls are a race. And everyone wants gnolls, but now they're never going to give them gnolls. Like, let me play the hyena boy.
So, Ed Greenwood's version of Valo is like way more competent than I make him.
I figured, yeah.
Yeah, like he makes Valo
Oh,
a very, very competent guy.
this is from the
No,
because the
it's-
Forgotten Realms was like written books about first.
Mhm.
Volo has invented a first level spell in like the normal lore, which they invented so they could grab their clothes while running away. I kid you not. This is
Yeah.
I looked up. Basically,
that
it's like
makes
the reverse catapult, but it gives it to you and not hit you with it, and it's hilarious.
That's pretty good. That sounds like something Elminster would have done because he's a frisky motherfucker.
Yeah. Well,
He
so is
gets it when
Volo and
everybody.
Lore. They
I even think Elminster's been with Saloon, eh? Like the fucking goddess of the moon.
To
Think
be
he's like-
fair, I think Salune has like multiple phases with different personalities and also
Yeah,
like
yeah.
avatars and demigods
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
was a thing. Like there's been 3 of the goddess of magic because they keep
Oh well,
dying.
well, she keeps dying, right? Yeah,
and it's
yeah.
like if she dies, there's no magic, and magic kind of keeps the world together.
yeah. She's died twice.
To be fair though, technically it's a different one each time. They just keep the name or modify the name
Well, kind of.
for
The
transitional purposes.
weave stays the same, right? The weave is always there. That's what everybody uses pulls their magic from is the weave, right? And Mistra is the weave.
Yeah.
Like, but in Karsus's Folly, which was back when Netheril was around, that one motherfucker was like, listen, I'm going to turn myself into the god of magic. And he almost did it. But Mistra, like, used all of the energy that she had. Her name was Mistrol back then. But she, like, used all of the energy that she had to stop him. And the weave was destroyed, like, decimated. And that's why all of Netheril got destroyed.
And then
Like-
there's the goddess of darkness's anti-weave. I just remember it exists.
Oh, God, what's her name?
I don't know. I just know she's the goddess
Shaba?
of caves.
No,
Something.
Shaba is the goddess of bad luck. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, with their shadow weave.
Yes,
Which,
the shadow weave. That's exactly right.
in one of my worlds, because I have a modified world for this campaign, I told about where it's based on literally they introduced a Jaeger, and I'm like, I'm gonna make a campaign where they fight the Trask, but I'm gonna have them make campaigns where they build up this world. So now that this world that they helped me build is in stake. Is that
And I
I
think
used it for that?
the other time is when the spell plague hit, but I can't remember what caused the spell plague. But that's like the most recent catastrophic event.
Oh, I remember what happened.
The
No,
weave
the
caught
gods were
fire.
made into mortals for a bit, and then because she was mortal, the weave was basically no one was watching the
That's
weave
right.
and limiting the spells, and so the one
Right.
god who's left is divine. Was like the god. I think it was the god of justice,
It's
the guy
in
who
time,
had his
the time
eyes
of
thrown
trouble.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. So in
And
the time of trouble,
She tries to reascend, and they have to fight her. And there's a magic item that's called like the guy's tear.
yeah,
Because they
that's
said a
that's
shingle
Helm.
tear because
Helm.
Helm had to kill her.
Kill her. Yeah, yeah. That's in the time of troubles.
Yeah.
Which is my fucking favorite bit of lore from the Forgotten Realms. My favorite shit in the world. I absolutely would have loved to play in the setting back then. So what happened was there's these 3 gods, right? Favorite gods. Merkel, Bane, and Baal, right? And
Oh yeah,
they're-
they stole the
they're
plates.
the dead 3, and they stole Ao's. Like he basically had his 10 commandments for the gods, basically, and they
That
stole the
separated
10
the 2
commandments.
worlds.
Yeah, and they stole these fucking things and hid them away, right? And then Ao, the like king god, assembled all of the gods, and he was like, "Listen, if one of y'all motherfuckers doesn't fess up, right, I'm gonna turn all of you mortal." And nobody came forward. So he was like,
So
all right,
everyone's trying to
snapped his
find it.
finger, and they all like fell to the earth. All of these gods, actual gods, became mortals. And like still had some of their power, but not as much. And
I believe the demigod ones were the ones who fared off the best because they were just reverted.
were just normal, yeah. But all of the gods went back to the earth, and like they immediately started trying to kill each other and take each other's portfolios, because that's what, like, if whatever your god is of
Their
justice,
domains and
right?
portfolios.
Yeah, their
If they
portfolios.
intersect, no 2 deities can share the exact same. One of them has to die.
Yeah, so they all started fucking killing each other and shit. And what ended up happening was Mistra, right, the goddess of magic, like we were just talking about. She, so there was only one god that didn't get transformed into a human. His name is Helm, and he guarded the heavens to keep the gods out. And
Mr. tried
Mistra
to get
begged
back in,
him. Yeah, she was like, "Please let me in, please let me in," and he was like, "No fucking way."
Magic is falling apart.
Right.
Everything is dying.
Yep. These
That's
gods
awesome.
are fighting each other. Like, I gotta fucking protect these people. And she, like, tried to get past him. He was like, bitch, and stabbed her, right? And killed her.
He didn't want to, but he had to. I believe
Had to. right?
Helm
And
also has no eyes because he spoke out against AO once.
yes, yeah, that's exactly right.
Because
And
AO
he
is like the
shed
overgod, and so
one
any
tear.
deity-
He shed one tear for Mistra, and it like fell to the earth and became this artifact of.
it doesn't have like I believe it's like super abjuration negation stuff too.
Yeah.
Like it can
My
shut
brother,
down.
my brother in my other campaign, he's a Helmite,
Ah.
paladin of Helm. So we're me and him are pretty tight on Helm.
Yeah.
But
Helm
You guys
is one
are
of
out
the
here talking.
deities who only has like one domain, one portfolio, but they're literally the top shit because they're literally the judge, jury, and executioner.
yep. What
You
were you
guys
gonna
are
say,
out here talking about gods, and I'm just trying to learn Volo's smash and dash.
Woo, yeah, that's a good one. That's definitely what it's called.
Yeah, how do you guys know so much about this shit?
We're nerds.
I play all my games in the Forgotten Realms. I got to know this stuff.
I look up. Hold on. I can actually find his spell, too. I remember where I found it.
You know where I learned all this stuff? Jordan, but the PH is silent. That's what he's called. It's like JORPHDAN or something like that. He makes just non-stop Forgotten Realms lore videos.
I
And I've
believe
watched
so, yeah.
all of them. But I set all of my games in the Forgotten Realms, so I got to know about the gods and all of this stuff. So
Oh yeah, there was that time someone stole a bard stole Volafamp's moniker after stealing an artifact. I remember reading about that. Hold on, where is?
yeah, Vivalo's way cooler. The way Ed Greenwood tells it than the way I do it, for sure. For sure.
Hold on.
But I like him like that, you know. Like this is my character. I'm gonna play him how I want to. The same thing with Maloon War Dragon. In his description, they say he's happy-go-lucky. That's it. That's the only descriptor that I have for Maloon War Dragon, and that he's a badass, basically. But I feel like happy-go-lucky is pretty close to hippie.
I mean, I like the way you play him because it almost you know Uncle Iroh in Avatar has that like retired thing to him. I feel like if Volo needed to, they can defend themselves, but why would they?
Yeah, that's true. Valo, yeah, for sure. Hey, so Neil, you've played Descent into Avernus, I guess, huh?
I've run the beginning portion, but the campaign has
dope.
died
Okay.
in the first chapter every time.
Okay. See, it's cool that you were like, "Oh, is the companion pretty?" And I was like, "Fuck yeah, dude, that was dope shit."
It also told me what time period it is. So
Yeah.
cool.
Oh, it's before that, yeah, for sure.
because the companion's actually only there for like I don't know what like 100 years, if that, maybe less.
Yeah, this adventure takes place after the spell plague, obviously, but it takes
Yeah.
place after the events of the Death Curse, so like Chult,
Uh-huh.
Tomb of Annihilation, but before Descent into Avernus.
So I have to be.
It actually, and that means so Tomb of Annihilation actually happens after like the giants. What's it called?
Storm King's Thunder.
Storm King's
Yeah.
Thunder, right? And then that even happens before the Horde of the Dragon Queen. So the Horde of the Dragon Queen's the first one, right? And then Storm King's Thunder. So all of that's already happened. And then Chult was the last thing that happened. Like Tomb of Annihilation was the last thing that happened. So if you ever mention the Death Curse, somebody's heard of it and knows about it, right? But it's
Yeah.
some group of adventurers figured it out, so no problem.
So it might be like metagaming for me to ask this because I don't know this off the top of my head. But if he's saying he's a Hell Raider,
Yep.
then was he one of the ones that went down?
No, any knight that is from Elturel are called Hell Riders.
Okay, that's what I thought.
It's like their order. Because Rhea
yeah,
from Descent into Avernus, that's her name. Right?
yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, she's a Hell Rider, but she wasn't. Her mother was a Hell Rider. Like she wasn't there.
Yeah, I figured maybe that she like inherited the title, but I wasn't
Right.
entirely certain.
That's-
But that makes
That's
a lot. Yeah.
totally how it- All of the knights of Elturel are called Hell Riders.
Okay.
In like memory of the actual Hell Riders.
Of the shitheads. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, Snatch.
Volo Snatch?
Yes.
Called!
There's a spell that could pick up and fly items to the caster's hand. The spell allows the caster to pick up an item within sight, no larger than their own fist sight, and fling it from a distance towards their hand. It could
That
not
is
break
so
loose items secured by chains, rings, or hats. It was a first level spell invented by Volothamp Gudarm, Mostly used this spell to steal tarts, although he occasionally used it to get out of a sticky situation by attaining weapons or tools. In one instance, he used Volithin stats to hurriedly dress himself in lingerie while escaping a paramour's husband through a shop.
Fucking follow! I love him so much!
Although Volifame hadn't spread Volo stats around, several other spellcasters were inspired to devise their own equivalent spells, although these were generally flawed in some way compared to the original.
God, that's awesome. Followed.
There are sources for this.
Your
Ed
husband, I need to
Greenwood
get
confirmed
out!
this twice. Ed Greenwood has confirmed this
I have my
twice.
clothes!
No, this is going through a shop. He's just like, I'll pay for this later.
Alright. Let's pull ourselves together here, fellas. People.
Ah,
Alright, so,
that's wonderful.
as we fade back from commercial break, there is a dark-skinned woman, crazy hair, looking up from her desk upon all of you, and she says, I have been expecting you. Please,
For the first time,
come in, sit down, she says.
Hexus is just stunned, just kind of like in disbelief that they're getting to meet the Blackstaff.
Yep.
Like, just
Give them a nudge to help them get to the seats so they're not completely stunned, standing, looking, like trying to help them out.
Yep, we're both just like, this is so cool.
I'll manage to find a seat, but I'm just staring.
Yeah, there's like a couple of chairs in front of her desk, and she'll actually, with her like hand, wave a kind of cushion over that will, or like a chair over that will make a solid 4 seats, that where you can all sit together.
And sort of like, I do not know if Maloon told you our names, but I am Tarun Accordsvin, at your service.
She nods.
Now, gesture for the others to introduce themselves.
Hexus Gemini. Nice to meet you. Oh, I'm a big fan. I went to the academy. Yeah. Yeah.
What my brother's trying to say is you're his idol.
I see. And she like, kind of shyly grins.
I also think you're really cool too, so.
Thank you. Your name?
Census. Sorry, I didn't mention that. I'm a little starstruck, obviously, because you're really cool. I mentioned it before, but I thought I'd say it again for dramatic effect.
You can see her beginning to blush. She will motion to Oliver.
And Dr. Oliver Zander as well. Pleased to meet you.
My name is Vajra Safar, as I'm sure you are aware. I am the Blackstaff. It is a pleasure to meet all of you.
Pleasure is all ours.
What he said.
As I'm sure it is. I spoke with a good friend of mine, Maloon. I have heard good things about you.
Yes, Maloon is a good friend of ours and said you might have some work that's up our alley then, something about the Greyhounds.
She nods and she says, I have studied on your work, Hexus.
Oh,
I did a bit of reading last night.
well, it's nothing really. Just going into some old places, finding old dusty things. It's nothing compared to what you do.
She kind of laughs and she says, I do not do much. I sit here and write papers and send sending spells. It is not hard.
For the
I-
nation is a skill that, for a larger scale, is much more difficult to take. Sometimes good leadership needs to be a bit afar, but expertise is much harder to acquire.
She says, all I really do now is run the academy in the Order of Mages and Protectors and give some orders to Force Grey, but I would pay anything to be in your position. Adventurers free to do whatever they wish.
Brother, you should remember that when you're the next Blackstaff.
Census.
She grins and she looks over towards the black staff, which is this crooked kind of black staff that with on the end of it kind of looks like the head of a raven, maybe like of some kind of bird head, but it's all natural looking. And all of you can just feel this fucking magical energy radiating off of it. And she kind of smirks and she said, "Would you like to hold it?"
Yeah.
Yeah, she kind of picks it up like it's nothing, like it's just like whatever, and she'll hand it to you.
Like hands shaking.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
just like grab it with both hands.
Yeah, you can feel the vibration, like the radiating energy, like you can channel some serious shit out of this thing.
I wanna take out
Yeah.
the pearl, and I'd be like, may I?
It might be best if you do not.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to.
No. It might just be a little too much for you to identify at one time, she says. And as you kind of hold it, she'll gently take it back from you, and she'll just toss it in the corner, just like toss it in the corner, and
Just like a broom, just done
yep.
with that.
Done with that. Yep, absolutely. And she says, and the two of you, she says, Oliver and Tarun, she's motioning to. She says, I have heard a rumor or two that you got yourselves involved with the Zentarum. Is that correct? A bit of a spit.
Hello, please.
If you're referring to the adventure that got us a bit more noticed, we did not in a direct fight. However, I do have friends that happen to have associations with the group, but that is about it.
She cocks her head at you. You have friends that are associated with the Zentarum.
It's I grew up in the dock ward, so some are desperate. It's difficult to get people away from that sort of business.
She says, maybe I have made a mistake.
No. Thorin will shake that head and say, the point I'm making is that I am trying to take this opportunity. You've basically offered me an opportunity to prove that I'm more than just some dock slum, and I'm going to take this opportunity to do my best for the city. I apologize if my wording is off.
She apologizes as well. I misunderstood. In my mind, what you were saying was that you had ties to the Zentarum, but it is no problem. I have called the lot of you here because I wish to speak to you about, joining the Grey Hands.
Yes, it is. I think I speak for everyone when I say that's indeed why we're here. It's certainly something that we're interested in. Was there something specific you had in mind, a mission, a quest for us?
Perhaps. Firstly, I'd like to explain what I have in mind for the Grey Hands. You see, Force Grey is my elite group. They go on choice missions. The last one they were on was an expedition to Cholt to investigate this death curse. But it was solved, so they returned to me, and they haven't had much work since then, but they do their best to occupy the city. But there is not much an elite task force can do when the city is spread with chaos and hundreds of people. It is too much for one small group, so I have started a small organization, aside from the Order of Mages and Protectors, called the Grey Hands. And I am looking for, adventurers, such as yourself, to perhaps do a few missions, tasks for me to help secure the city more in these trying times.
Yes, yes, we're in. Yep, yes. Anything you want. Yep.
I
You
had hate
go
to
ahead.
sound prude, but I do need to make sure of this because I just want to make sure that we'll be paid as one would expect for adventuring a career. It's got to be able to make sure ends are met, and I've heard some adventuring jobs don't pay as well as others. You must understand my concerns.
She says, spoken like a true adventurer, and she gives you a smile, and she says, "I do not have much of coin to give to my grey hands, but I have a magic item or two around that I can reward you for completing missions."
That will certainly suffice.
She nods and she says, "This is not Torun, is it right? Torun, this is not necessarily a job for money-hungry adventurers. Though I do respect the hustle," she'll say. This is more for well, the betterment of Waterdeep. You do understand.
That is my first priority, but it is difficult to better a city if you have nothing for yourself to stand upon.
She
That is
nods,
all.
and she says, "You will be sufficely rewarded for completing missions, of course."
That is all my concerns taken care of.
She nods and she says, "So um, I have heard that the Zentarum and the Xenathar's Guild have been warring in the streets, and this war has spread all over our fair city, and it is honestly getting out of hand. And it is not something that I wish to have the City Watch handle. Um, they do not work for me, you see. Nor does the Order of Mages and Protectors. They work for the city. So, you will be working for me specifically. Is that a problem?"
No, should not be.
So, do you wish to join my organization?
Undoubtedly.
Yes.
Yeah. Of course.
For the betterment of the city, of course. And sort of will pull out a hand, sort of like to show they're ready. And
Yep, so she will um, stick her hand in her robe pocket and then go like way deeper than what this pocket appears to like be able to go. And she will pull out 4 pins. And she will take the pins and place them on the desk in front of all of you on like a stack of papers. And you will see that these pins are shaped like, you guys seen Game of Thrones? You know okay, well there's
Sorry.
yeah, it's okay. I'll post a picture of it, but it's basically like a gray hand that is holding on to like a blade on a pin. It's the symbol of the hand of the king from Game of Thrones, but it's just a hand pin with like a circle around it where there's just a blade coming out of the hand. And she will place these pins on the desk in front of you and kind of push them over towards you. And she will say, "Welcome to my organization."
Bajra, for this organization, the Greyhounds, what did you have in mind for numbers? We have a dear close friend I trust with my life, an established adventurer who is also looking for work, and I think might hit the nail right on the head for the type of person you're looking for.
Perhaps I shall meet this person. What is their name?
It's, Jackson Guilfoyle the Fourth.
She nods and she says, "You may have whoever you wish accompany you on any missions. I am not specific. If you need extra help, it is no problem, but in order to join my organization, I must first meet him. But he can accompany you, no problems."
Okay. And if he wishes, it would be appropriate to make the introduction to yourself then?
Well, I have a mission for the group of you, if you wish to take it.
Sure.
It is a simple one, but one that may try your, or I might try out your capabilities. And, well, to be honest, test your loyalty. a simple task. And let Jay pull up his notes. I wish for you to seek out an old friend of mine. Let's see. He is a hermit of such. He is strange in his ways, but he receives visions on occasions that could prove useful. He lives in a cave atop Mount Waterdeep. I wish for you to climb the mountain, find his cave, seek this man out, and see what he has to say. Ask him if he's heard about any threats to the city. But I warn you, do not try to annoy him or overstay your welcome. He gets a bit testy, she will say. It is a simple enough task.
Sounds fairly straightforward.
Sounds easy enough.
A time frame in mind. This is something we can start on right away.
You may complete this whenever you wish, but I must warn you, and she'll turn toward Haroon. This mission does not pay. This is to get your introduction into the city, or into the organization. If you complete this task for me, return with any information that you have gotten from Halam, and it's HLAM, by the way. Return to me with any information that you have from Halam, and I will reward you upon the completion of your next mission. Does that sound fair?
Purdue nods.
Works for me.
And as a very the face, the mask kind of dropped. Turns got this like charisma expert, but I guess the best way to describe it is they're more than ready for this. A bit
Good.
of confidence mixed with excitement.
Good. She says, "Is there any more questions?"
So what is it exactly she wants us to seek Halan for? Just
Ask them
information?
if they've heard anything of any dangers to Waterdeep.
That's right. Ask if he's heard about any threats to the city. Basically, is what she said.
Well, thank you for your time and for this introduction. I think we have some work ahead of us then.
Well, certainly.
She nods and she says, "You may complete this mission at your leisure, but some of my missions require a bit more urgency. When I call upon you, you must be prepared to act." She looks upon all of you. What does when she says that, what does everybody kind of do?
I am
Give her a quick nod.
eager and ready.
Everybody's
Really
okay
nice.
with that, basically? She says if
Yes.
I tell you to do something, you got to do it right then and there.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. She says, also return to me if you hear any information about the goings-on of the city. I have my eyes and ears around the city, but the more, the better.
Of course.
She will say, if there is nothing else, I do have some paperwork. And she sighs.
Yeah. This is what we should complete today before heading on this quest. So, the nod.
Can I roll an insight to see how forthright and serious she is with all this stuff?
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Also, I'll take one of the pins and put it on.
Oh yeah, everybody.
Oh
gets a-
yeah, I'll clip that on my collar,
Mhm.
where it's extremely visible.
Mhm.
Because I was a bit worried about this whole jump, don't ask, do now kind of
Okay.
thing.
Yep.
But I would never have let it on in my face.
Yeah, yeah. So, Census, you get the idea that, first of all, She doesn't like being the Black Staff. You can tell. She just doesn't like it. She wishes she could be an adventurer. But she does extremely care about Waterdeep. And the whole reason that she even made the Grey Hands is to protect her city. That's basically her job. But she really cares about the city, and she really wants people to help her. But she is not at all malicious or anything like that. She's just saying, I take my work very fucking seriously, and I wish the same from you guys.
Okay.
It's
I can drive
basically
with that.
all she's saying is, I take my job very seriously. I ask that you do the same. But that's what you get out of the insight check.
Got it.
And would I know if, like she said, that we work for her specifically and not like the city watch or anything?
Correct. Yeah, she did that. Yeah.
Do they like butt heads, or does one outrank the other, or like just based on me growing up in Waterdeep, like do I know how they interact?
The Black Staff has. So the Black Staff is her own separate entity.
Right.
As far as the city's concerned. But she has this organization called the Order of Magus and Protectors, which every wizard in the city has to sign up and like be registered in order to use magic in the city. And you're not supposed to use like ultra powerful spells, but you have to be registered as a Order of Magus and Protectors in order to use like prestidigitation or whatever.
About bards.
Nope, not bards. Just
Just
wizards.
making sure.
Yeah, but
Sucks to suck.
yeah, but that organization works for the city. Yeah, they are registered, like they're work for the city, and actually a lot of them work closely with the City Watch. They like are one and the same. Like one's the FBI and one's the police. Basically, they work together a lot. But and she's in charge of them, so like she does work for the city. But Force Grey is her own organization that it works for her specifically. So they could butt heads, certainly, but the Black Staff has the power to clear anything up if there is an issue, right? Because she's like up there with like the Open Lord herself, you know. She's got a lot of power.
Okay.
So, does that answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Is there anything else? Alrighty then. So she says, well, if there's nothing else, I will see you when your mission is complete. Please, please return to me here.
Will do.
Heading out.
All right. So you all rise up, and you open the door to her office, and you notice it's outside. There isn't even a hallway now. Yep.
Exus, can you eventually do this to the mansion? The house,
Eventually.
whatever. Wonderful. I would love this. This is so cool.
And as we're walking out, I want to take the pin and start like mending it onto the cover of my spell book.
Oh, cool. Yeah, sure.
Oh,
Totally
that's
cool.
so
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome. So you guys are in the courtyard. You close the door, and you can see this large wooden door that's like got the raven on it and stuff. And you leave through the gate, and as you do, you feel that same kind of force pushing you back, but it's not like hard. And you pop through, and you turn around, and there's nothing in the courtyard. You don't see anything. As if there's some kind of invisible barrier surrounding the tower. And well, you're free to do whatever you wish. As soon as you leave, you see some guy leaned up on a horse with some golden armor on, standing there.
Hey guys.
Yeah, he puts his hand up in the air. Like, hey.
Shouldn't they do that at the font of knowledge? It'd be a lot less shameless.
Jax, good news. We spoke to Vajra, and she said that we can invite along whoever we want. In terms of you being an official Greyhand, it would kind of depend on how this first test mission goes for us.
So you're really a Grey Hand now?
Well, in trial, so to speak.
I
No,
wanna
we got
hold up my
pins and everything.
spell book
I'm pretty sure.
excitedly, like,
Yeah.
yes.
He's like, well, by Torm's missing digits, or by Tyr's missing digits, I couldn't believe it. But good for you.
Do you want to join us on the first
Nobles.
mission?
Oh, I certainly can. Sure.
Friends, what do you
Does it
think?
pay good?
Nope.
The first the first mission is a trial. We are not getting paid yet, and our main form of currency will be magical items.
He kind of scratches his head and kicks the dirt a little bit. He says, right, yeah, that sounds fine, probably.
Well, we'd love to have you along, right, fellas?
Sounds
like-
good to me.
Looking back now that I've just invited this guy along and hoping that's okay.
Yeah,
Well, use
all right. That's
mountain
cool, dude.
Our first mission will likely require some of us to be sturdier, and extra muscle is certainly helpful.
I like meat shields.
I got plenty of that, he'll say as he, like, pats his armor.
Oh, it is quite noticeable, my friend.
All right, to
So-
Mount Waterdeep, guys.
Yeah, is that where you're going now?
Yeah, the
right now?
It's still
first
early,
mission
right?
is, and I'll just give him the quick, like, supposed to go to the top of this mountain, talk to this hermit, he has visions, see if he knows any threats to the city. Done.
Head back down. Kelder. Yeah.
All right. So you guys are really gonna head out right now? Is that the plan?
I have-
Killian would interject and say, before we go, I do need to check with a couple things. Question. As, like, again, person who studies the law specifically for loopholes and a lot of stuff.
Okay.
Weird way of introducing it. That's
look
likely
at it,
where
let
I
me-
discovered it. Do we need, like, with all the guilds and not wanting to anger guilds, we probably need some sort of license, don't we, for an actual
Oh no. Not to climb. Oh, for a tap room?
for the tavern? Yeah.
For the tavern? Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. But you're not in. Like you'd have to get one before you like open to the public.
Obviously.
You're good. You're good for now.
Yeah, we can set it up, but we need it before we open and serve.
Yeah, basically. I mean, this is something that you don't have to worry about until you get the tavern fixed up first.
Okay.
But yes, you are totally correct. You have to sign up with like 10 different guilds to like get your bar up and running. You have to like go with the alcohol
And
guild.
repairs itself is
fucking-
also even more
Yep.
tavern
Yep.
or things. Okay.
Yep. But you
I
gotta
was
pay
there-
these people, so you don't. I mean, you're flat broke, so that's something you'd handle when you have a little bit more cash.
Then yeah. But either way, I want to like make like notes of like who is the person to speak to.
I wouldn't.
If
I would
can
say
figure out the personality. I kind of
you
work on
don't
that.
specifically know like the head of each guild or anything like that. And honestly, your life in the dock ward doesn't get you
More of a-
associated with any like people that are like good with the guilds, because most of the people that run the guilds are nobles. Almost every head of the guild is a noble. That's how they got there. The nobles come from nobility because their family like is rich from selling shit, basically. So
Not even with my other identity, I wouldn't have met anyone.
We'll see about that. That's not something that you need to
Okay.
handle right now.
Fair enough. In that
But
case,
I'll look
I'll
into
just
it for you though, for sure.
I'll just then buy like general maintenance supply, like a couple general maintenance supplies. Then
Okay,
help.
so you want to
head
go
off.
shopping? Is that what you're saying?
basically, yeah. So we
While
want to grab
we're-
a couple things because the mountain's gonna be exhausting.
Yeah,
Yep.
while we're
Okay.
out, we should probably get like pythons and ropes and mountain climbing shit.
Okay. You can if you wish.
Would I know if there's like a path up the mountain or if we're like
There is.
scaling this?
There is a path up the mountain, yes.
Okay, so maybe
There's
not.
a hiking trail.
Okay.
It's one of the, things that people do in the city, like for fun. It's like go hiking up Mount Waterdeep or go to the City of the Dead or go to the Hero's Garden or whatever it's called. Yeah, Hero's Garden.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Send down the yawning portal for a little bit and then chicken out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get halfway
but-
down, start pulling on the rope. Bring me
bring
back up.
me up, bring me up. So, what would you guys like to do, like, next? What's the next step?
For shopping, then head towards the mountain. That's probably the
Start.
two-step.
I'll
One
say
day.
you can spend a gold piece and get all of the shopping, the bucket and the broom and the mop and
Maybe a couple, like, I don't know, tools just to, like, bend in, like,
sure.
hammer
If
things
you want to
into
get
place.
tools, maybe two gold.
Yeah,
Two gold.
it's just like not like specific tools, just like general house stuff that you should have for maintaining a
Sure.
manor.
Yeah. I'll say two gold. You can get everything that you need.
I won't be proficient in them, but I'll be half.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then yeah, and once we have all that, I'll put it all in my bag and just like be ready to go.
Yep. You got a
I
broom
just-
and a mop strapped on your bag.
I'll
Bucket
probably
hanging
drop off like a bucket. I'll probably drop off Drew mop at home because the last thing you want is hiking up a mountain with a bunch of extra shit.
Okay. So now we're stopping at home.
Yeah, probably. Like grab the supplies, just set them off in the tavern room, like
Yeah,
maybe
I
a
mean-
back closet.
I mean, while we were next to the shopping district, it makes sense that we would shop, and then I know we definitely would go tell Gran what the fuck just happened to us, because
Yeah.
that's some notable cool ass shit. So while you're handling that, we can go home and be
Yep.
like, bro, we met Blackstaff.
All right. Well, let's do that. then.
Like,
So you head
I
home.
got told.
So you head back towards Troll Skull Alley, let's say. You have a Jack's Guilfoyle in tow. Is there anything that you guys want to talk about? Are you going to walk or are you going to take a carriage?
Actually, if
Let's
they're going to be
carriage.
explaining to their parent, I'm just dropping off this thing, I might ask them to meet. About what time will we be getting to back, like shopping and them talking about what time we'll be arriving?
You'll be back to the manor at noon.
I'll ask them for just an hour or two before we head off, and Tarun will go off on their own back to the dock ward if they're going to be talking to their grandma.
Yeah,
Once he just like drops off supplies.
that's fine.
Explain they just need to grab a couple things.
Somebody pay a copper piece to get a
I got
carriage.
it.
Okay. And you hail a carriage back to Troll Skull Alley. You hop out. You are in front of Troll Skull Manor as Jax in his clank, clank, clank armor looks upon the place. He says, "This is where you're living."
It was
mean,
given to us by
yeah.
Volo. The Spectre is helpful though. The Ghost is helpful though.
Undead, you say?
Possibly. It seems to be the previous owner couldn't leave the place. Rot.
As a knight of Tyr, I will smite any undeath.
Whoa, okay, just hold your horses here. First of all, it has a name, and it's Lith, right? Lith, that's the name?
Yes.
Yeah, yes, it's Lith. We don't need to go smiting anything just right now. It's more of a peculiar host guest at this point.
It's
It's undead, though, right?
it is definitely undead.
That's unholy. It needs to die.
Well, why don't we just take a walk? I'll show you the neighborhood. Navigate this energy
Right.
elsewhere.
Yeah. So you'll find that this is not a DM PC, but an NPC with many, many flaws.
Oh, God.
You can't listen to this guy at all.
Oh, God.
He is not my voice. He is not the DM's voice at all. Don't
Okay.
listen to him.
they're guiding them away. I'm dropping off supplies. They're talking to mom. This
Yep.
is chaos.
All right. So as Oliver and Jax go on a walk to catch up. Tarun, you run inside, drop your shit off, and you start running towards the dock ward. We're going to pick up with Census and Hexus, who are heading towards the Gemini estate. You see your family estate, open the door, and inside... Let's see. You see... At the bottom of the stairs, Molly the maid, Molly Madrid, and she is dressed in not her normal maid clothes. She is dressed as if she is going out. And she is still currently like dusting or cleaning or whatever. Um, but you also see down the hall, kind of running her fingers along one of the paintings on the wall, is your mother, Josephine. She's up and moving, running her fingers along this painting.
I'll
Half is
I'll
yours.
go to Molly.
Mhm.
Molly, you look fantastic. Are you going out this evening?
She says, "Yes, the lady, Lady Gemini. She's going out for the day. I'm to accompany her.
Lovely. I hope y'all have a fantastic time. Where is Grandier?
She's upstairs, still getting ready, I think."
All right. We've had a interesting experience today. We met the Black Staff.
She says, "My dear, are you serious?
I am. She made us part of her organization.
The Black Staff?
Yes,
Oh,
the Gray Hands.
oh,
She calls it.
this is just amazing. This is one of the best things to ever happen to the Gemini family. I'm honored."
Thank you. I'm gonna go see Grand now.
Yep. As you begin kind of trouncing up the stairs, you see your mother um, through like the handrails, kind of watching you go upstairs. She doesn't say anything.
Neither
Hex,
do I.
what do you do? You're muted?
I'm running up to mom and I'm gonna be like, "Oh my gosh, we had the most amazing day. I met the Black Staff, like in real life."
She says, "I can't believe it. You're back."
Yeah, yeah, we're back. And on our way back, we saw the Black Staff. She invited us into her little organization, and I show her the book with the sigil on it, and I'm like, "We're official. We're working for her now. Me and Sensei."
The the Black Staff? She says, "Are you for real?"
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm a little confused. Weren't you abroad?
Oh, yeah. We got back not too long ago, and apparently our deeds that we accomplished were noticed, and so the Black Staff requested our presence before we came home.
She says and kind of sits there and contemplates. And then she just like reaches over to you and just gives you a big hug.
I'm gonna give her a hug back and be like, "It's so good to see you again." Just not trying to confuse her.
Yeah, I'm glad that you've returned safely. I really am.
Well, I'm glad to be home. And then I'm gonna run up
Yep.
and see Grandma too.
Yep. She as you kind of step away from her, she continues to like run her hands over this painting. So census, you find yourself at the door to the powder room, which is closed. Yep. You hear a faint voice, a muffled voice. "Come in."
All right. We go in.
You see Lady Theodosia Gemini all dolled up. She has her face completely white with makeup. There is rosy cheeks. She has luscious like eyeshadow on. She looks a little bit like a clown. But she's also has a wig on from her normal hair. So this is like this big poofy kind of wig, and you can see a little sailboat is like stuck inside of it, like a mini wooden sailboat is stuck inside of it. And she says, Census, good to see you.
I don't think there's ever been a more beautiful lady of the house than you, dear grandmother.
She lifts up her dress and kind of twirls for you, but it's kind of difficult for her. She's an old lady.
Truly majestic.
She says, I'm going shopping out in the Sea Ward, and I'm going to visit a friend of mine, Lady Bellabranta. We're visiting for tea.
I remember her. Her house always smells so lovely.
Yes. Well, sometimes, she says.
Most of the time. We have had an amazing day so far, and it's only just started. brother and I met the Black Staff.
She cocks her head. The black staff?
I want
And
to
I'm
burst
gonna
through the
just-
door and be like, the
Yeah.
black staff.
The Black Staff!
And she says, "You've actually met her?"
I'm gonna point to the sigil on my neck and point to his on his book. We are part of her organization, the Grey Hands.
Now, how did this happen? She says. But congratulations, she says also.
Apparently, our expedition was noticed. Right, brother?
Yeah, she said she'd heard all about our work.
She says, she kind of thinks for a minute, and she says, I guess it wasn't a complete waste then.
Hard work does have fruits worth picking.
I guess you were right, Census. And she will come up to you and begin to like daintily give you a hug. Census.
I'm gonna pick her up and twirl her as much as she hates it.
Yeah. So as you begin twirling her, she quick draw whips out a fan and then smacks you on the top of the head with it.
I'll just take the hits and keep going.
You do not pick up a lady. Set
love
me
you
back
so
down this instant.
I love you so much. I put her down.
Yeah. She will kind of brush herself off. You can see there's a little smudge in her makeup. She will brush herself off and you know, fix her clothes, and then she will and she will daintily go over to hug Hexus.
I will awkwardly kind of like reach my hand around and just pat, like careful
Yeah.
not to get any of her makeup all over me.
Yes, she appreciates that. You never got the fan when you guys were growing up. Maybe once.
And only when I was listening to Census.
Yeah. But yeah, so and it's been the same fan since you guys were kids. This thing has beat the hell up. But
So am
I
I.
had to mend it for a few times.
but yeah, so she says, "Well, congratulations. And what does that mean for the both of you? Are you finally moving out?" She says.
Not quite yet. Sorry. But it definitely is a stepping stones to greater things in life, I'm sure.
She says, "Well, I always knew that the both of you had some great potential. I am proud," she says, kind of timidly, maybe is the word I want to use.
Yeah. Nevertheless, I'm just ecstatic.
I'm glad she's proud.
She is.
Like she doesn't say that often, so I feel like I've really done good.
She says, "Met the black staff. Perhaps you can introduce me to her."
You would probably like her. I think so.
Think so.
I really do. She's much more down to earth than you'd expect.
The black staff, she says.
That's what yeah. I mean, it's surprising.
I'm like, and I got to hold it. I got to hold
Oh,
the black
yes!
staff
He
itself.
touched it.
Her mouth actually opens and she says, "You held the black staff?"
I did. For but a moment, but I did.
She held it to him like it was a broom.
What an interesting woman that
I know.
thought
Very.
this far. Well, congratulations to the both of you. I must be off though soon. I do have a little bit of shopping, and I won't be back till late this afternoon.
All right. I hope you have a lovely time.
She nods, and as she begins to walk away, she says, "Oh, one more thing." And she will reach into her bosom and pull out a key. And she will hand it over to begin to hand it to Census, and then change her mind and give it to Hectus. And
Oh.
yeah, and she will say, "Bruno told me that the door was left unlocked last night.
I'm sorry. That was my fault.
Do not let it happen again."
I'm sorry. I most likely will.
Lord knows, or whatever, whoever knows, whatever God.
Yeah.
Torm knows that there's been a lot of violence in the street these past 10 days.
Yes, ma'am. I won't be so careless in the future.
She will say, "Well, I'm off," and she will begin to exit. Okay. Before you guys leave the estate, we get another scene where Bruno catches you guys in the hallway. and he says, "Well, it's good to see you, the twins. Miss Morley, she told me of you meeting the Blackstaff. That's really something.
Insane, but it happened.
You know, Molly, she's real thankful of what you did for her the other day.
I'm
You
just
ju-
glad we could have been there.
You jumping into action like that, it's quite admirable. I taught you well."
You did. You did.
He says, "Some of the neighbors, they saw from these windows that nasty creature, and how you and the neighbors down the road there in Troll Skull, how they right-handed it to them. Some of the neighbors, they feel a little bit safer knowing that, well, a lot of you are around in these trying times."
I'm glad we could make them feel more safe at home. Everyone should feel safe at home.
Yeah, well, it's good to have the both of you back.
It's good to be back.
Good to be back.
Right then. Best be off to work then.
Thank you. We have work too. Excitedly.
Uh,
Ah,
Yep.
it's
he-
happening!
He will bow to the both of you and be on his way.
All right.
All right. We cut back to. Let's go. We'll do Tarun last. So we cut back to Oliver and Jax.
And that's how basically we found out that the Senators and the Gentalm were fighting, and the whole thing came about, and it's what got us in the papers.
I've heard about the Zentarum.
Yeah, what do you know?
There were a little bit of a problem on the high road, I think is what it's called. There's a road that leads from El Terrell to the woods. I can't remember what it's called right now. Let me see if I have it in my notes. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. But I think maybe I do. Yeah, the Trade Way. That's what it's called. Thieves and bandits on the Trade Way. Oh, that's not his voice. The thieves and bandits on the Trade Way. That's his voice. I've heard about him.
Seems like crime is kind of spitting up all over the city now.
And as you walk with him, and telling your tale, and the whole time he's been very impressed, but also kind of skeptical. Like, yeah, you helped slay a troll in the yawning portal. Okay, buddy.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But, he doesn't say that. He just gives you the look like, oh, okay. But have noticed his limp.
I've spent a lot of time at the hospice and the Church of Vilmata, and I've been studying for years now. I'm quite an accomplished doctor. I have been noticing your limp, Jax. Is everything okay?
He kind of cringes a little bit. He's like, yeah, everything's fine. Yeah.
Jax, hey, it's me. What's wrong with your leg?
He sighs, and he will kind of, you guys are stopped on the sidewalk or whatever, and he'll kind of lean up against a wall, and he'll take some of his armor and like pants apart a little bit and pull back, and you can see this veins of black that just surround his leg. It seems to be stemming from like near his side, but it goes all down his leg, and he just shows you a little patch of it, and it's just these black veins that just like cover his leg.
Jax, can I roll medicine? Do I have any idea what this is?
Sure, roll, make a medicine check. Yeah.
Fuck. 8.
It's appropriate that you rolled that because
Okay.
it seems very foreign to practical medicine.
Yeah. Oh. Jax, what? I've never seen anything like this. What happened?
You see a look that washes over him that is very alien to you. It's like maybe a fear, maybe some regret, sorrow, maybe. And he says, well, I haven't quite got to tell you yet, but I'm I'm back from. Oh yeah, dread is a good word. But I'm back from Elturel. I was discharged. He says.
Hmm. So it is true.
It's kind of hard to explain what happened to me, but I mean, if you're willing to listen, I haven't really told anyone.
Of course. Of course. Please.
I was on patrol with my battalion of Hellriders. We were on the tradeway, but we were ambushed by the Zentarum.
Really?
He nods. It seemed like an easy enough fight. We had it pretty well handled. But a dark, cloaked and hooded figure, he approached us. Slowly, calmly. And he used powerful, and you can see now he's starting to, like, get scared.
Mhm.
He used powerful, dark magic to completely immobilize everyone in the unit, including the horses. He used some sort of magic to drain the life force from all of my comrades. I watched them all die, and myself included. But for some reason, I barely managed to survive. But with such immense power, I was scared, Oliver.
I think that's understandable, of course.
And I betrayed my oath, and I feigned death.
Jax, you're the bravest man I ever met. Anyone would have done the same. It's understandable, this magic.
Yeah, he's real upset about this, and he says, I stayed down until the evil wizard and his minions left. But I heard them. They said they were headed for Waterdeep.
Sorry, I'm just taking notes as we go along
that's
here.
fine. That's
Fucking
fine.
insane shit happening.
He says, I that's the reason I'm here, Oliver. I'm looking for them.
Do you think the Greyhounds could help? I feel like this is exactly something that Vajra would want to know. She wanted us to keep our eyes and ears to the ground, and I feel like she may be able to help.
It's possible, for sure. But right now I don't really have any details. I couldn't see his face. I just knew that they were Zentarum. A lot of them had the tattoos of a flying black snake.
I mean, that's immensely helpful, and to be able to come here as a beacon and at least warn the people to give them a fighting chance. There's no shame in what you did.
He kind of shrugs. Tyr would have fought.
Well, you live to fight another day. How about that?
He kind of nods and he says, there was one thing, though. A feature of this cloaked figure. I saw that when he channeled his magic, he had a golden hand, a claw.
Golden claw. Interesting.
Like a gauntlet, maybe.
I feel like this is all very valuable information in the right hands, but we just have to get it there.
He nods and he says, that's why I was discharged. The magic that this sorcerer used on me, it still lingers, as you can see.
Yes.
I'm not as strong as I once was.
I fear that I'm not as strong as I hope to be able to heal you. Like I said, I haven't seen this before, but you you may save the day yet, my friend. We have to tell someone about this.
He nods and he says, I spoke with some of my superiors in Elturel, but they felt it was no business of theirs.
Vajra takes responsibility for the city. I know she will.
Well, I don't have any strong leads, and honestly, I'm out of work at the moment, so if I can get in with the gray hands like yourself, maybe it'll be a good opportunity to have work and figure this out. Obviously, the Black Staff is powerful enough. She may be able to help.
Yes, so, of course, I couldn't agree more. Why don't you accompany us to the top of the mountain? We'll speak to the hermit. We'll link back in with Vajra. You can tell her the whole story. And my God, Jax, we have to do something about that leg. That's just grotesque.
He kind of grins,
Yeah.
kind of dispelling this really serious moment. And he says, "Hey, it's not that bad. Come on. I can still fight."
That's good. Well, we're gonna need you. I'm okay with healing, but you know better than anyone, I'm not a fighter.
You never have been, Oliver.
Still have my use yet, though.
All right, so we kind of fade out on that, and we fade back in with Tarun. Tarun, what are you doing? I did not hear you.
I know I had muted to make sure I didn't interrupt. Tarun is going to be managing.
We'll get back to you guys in a second, okay? I see you messaging me. We'll get back to you.
We don't need. I wasn't trying to like take it away.
No, it's
Yeah.
okay. I would rather if
Okay.
you want to do something, we handle it in game and not in the chat.
Okay.
Right? So if you
okay.
got something you want to do, bring it up to me after we have like some, there'll be a break, and then boom, you come in with what you want to do. Tarun, what were you doing?
First of all, as they're headed to the dock ward, using disguise kit and cloak to hide the fancier features of the outfit,
Okay.
blending back into the slums, and
Okay.
heading to what is probably, even amongst the Dockward standards, one of the most torn down streets in the entire Dockward, heading
Okay.
to what looks like condemned house.
Okay.
Windows broken, roof probably completely gone, and going to skillfully head to the rubble as if they've walked this same path thousands of times before. Trum will move rubble aside, and that's been purposely piled up to make this place look even worse than it already is, and begin undoing some floorboards, quietly talking to himself as he does so. I return, Mother. I've already managed to continue on my promise. I've kept the first part, a better home, and they will pull out of this this hiding place under the floorboards a small urn portrait of like his mother being held close by an elven figure. They've never been able to see someone that matches, and along with a letter never opened and a ring that belonged to their mother. Just grab those items, put them away. The urn carrying it close to their chest as they'll begin recovering up the place, bidding their final goodbyes as they take the urn and begin to head back. Sort of just keeping to themselves, making sure to not draw attention.
Do you have inspiration?
I do not.
Take it.
Thank you.
No problem. So you, after a while, return to Troll Skull Alley. But for that, I will get to Census and Hexus, who are super excited to buy some shit. So, how would you guys like to handle all of this stuff?
Well, first, the only way I could do something is if, hey brother, I need gold.
Let me check on something I need to buy so I can see how much gold I can give you.
Understood.
All right.
So I want to go to the Bookworm's treasure
Excellent.
and try and find out how much a scroll of feather falling would be.
Okay. So you head on into Bookworm's treasure.
Mhm.
Does have it. Why does it not say how much it is?
It might be pricing by
It does.
level instead
It
of
does.
specific.
It does. It does. So you head in and you see a familiar gold dragon who is sitting on top of a pile of books in what used to be a chair, but is now a stack of books. And he is drinking from a glass of tea with a book on his lap. A gold dragonborn. And as you approach, he says, "Young Master Gemini, good to see you."
Good to see you as well. I was wondering, this is just a quick trip. Do you happen to have any spell scrolls of feather falling?
I have that specific spell, yes.
Do you have any idea a price range on that?
He will rise up, set his tea on top of a stack of books, which is very precarious, like the what's that game where you pull the blocks out?
Jenga?
Jenga, yeah. He's got like sets it on top of a Jenga of books, and he will wander away. And there's this whole wall that has just got nothing but scrolls in it, like Lord of the Rings style, where there's just a bunch of scrolls stacked on top of each other. And he will run his dragon scaly hands across it and take his fingernails and pluck a spell scroll from it. And he will say, "It is 25 dragons."
Right. I'll buy it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, that was all I needed. Thank you very much.
It was a pleasure doing business with you.
And you as well.
You will bow.
I'll bow back.
Right. And you walk back out to a giddy and excited Census. Okay.
Give money, please.
What do you want exactly?
I need some flasks of oil, just in case. I know you can throw a firebolt on something and it makes you go whoosh. I need call traps in case we need to get away from something. I need ball bearings in case we get away from something. In case we need to get away from something. And a healer's kit just in case one of us, gets hurt.
And I need to give you this money. Why?
Because Grandma gave you money last.
Um,
Do you think I didn't notice?
That was for the book, and it
And
has
I
been
I
spent.
believe I know how to count as well, and you didn't spend it all. And she gave you
Uh,
extra, I'm sure.
I want to
Because
pull
she
out the
always
spell
gives you
scroll.
extra.
I want to pull out the spell scroll and be like, "It has all been spent."
You are a terrible brother. I even took the heat from the last issue that you caused. Which
How
was
much?
very believable that it was my problem, not yours.
How much is
All right, so
the healer's kit?
Brother, how the fuck am I supposed to know that?
I think that the healer's kit is probably the most expensive thing. Let me see.
I think out of everything that I asked for, what I would probably want the most is do you have Firebolt? Do you know how to cast
I
Firebolt?
do. I do have
Yeah,
firebolt.
okay. I know oil's cheap as fuck. Probably the oil and the call traps, I guess.
All right, so call traps are one gold piece for 20. Ball bearings are 1 gold piece for 1,000.
Oof, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Probably ball bearings.
And what was the other thing you wanted?
Flasks of oil.
Oil.
Flask of oil. Flask of oil. The healer's kit is 5 gold pieces.
I knew that was gonna be a lot. I didn't think it was gonna be that much.
Yeah.
But,
And the flask of oil is a silver piece.
a silver piece.
Okay. I'll buy you 2,000 ball bearings and 10 flasks of oil for 3 gold.
Okay. You managed to do that.
Can I
Around,
could I please get the call traps instead? Because we're going on a mountain, and I'm really, I just, if there's any kind of slope, ball bearings will do nothing.
So you want 1,000 ball bearings, 20 caltrops, or do you just want the caltrops not ball
Probably just the call trap. If we're going to a mountain, I mean, like, 'cause if there's any slope, the ball bearings will just,
Okay.
you know.
So
Normally,
40
normally I would agree with the ball bearings. That makes so much more sense. But
So-
given the terrain where we're headed, really don't want to get caught with my pants down at whatever could be up there.
okay, so 40 caltrops and 10 flasks of oil. I'll keep half of them. You keep half of them.
That sounds very efficient. Yeah,
You can have all the caltrops. I don't want.
they should work on your lantern as well in case you run out of oil. You know, for light.
Yes. I don't have
I mean,
any
just
other
because we can see in the dark doesn't mean we can see great in the dark.
So you
but
do
you know
manage to, find a place that you can purchase this stuff. Not in Troll Skull Alley, but you do
but
find.
just a general
yeah.
store somewhere.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother. We're even for me taking the fan earlier today. I know I didn't leave the door unlocked because I didn't have a key at all.
Well, I came to save you.
Oh yeah, thank you. If only you just opened the door and let me sleep in the house.
I was going to. I was just gonna let you
I was going
stew
to,
for
but
a
I
few
didn't.
minutes, and you left right away.
We fade out on the twins bickering. As we fade back in on Tarun, you have made your way back to Troll Skull Manor, as actually Jax and Oliver have made their round of the neighborhood, and the twins haven't quite made their way back yet.
Giving a nod to the other two, I will be heading into the. Oh, there's not a lot of place to stash stuff in this place, is there?
I mean, yes, there's holes everywhere.
Fair. Whatever burnt. I'm gonna head to the tap room, the area, and as I enter in, I'm going to calmly make sure no one. Does Oliver is Oliver back and watching me do this?
Yes. I mean, you can see now that Tarun has entered near the facility. But actually, before anything happens, Tarun, you go to open the front door of the tap room, which I assume you've locked back.
Yeah, I unlock it.
You
and head
see
in.
coiled on the ground, on the front stoop, right in front of your door, there's a black snake with wings. And it is coiled up right by the front door. And you can see that tied around its neck is a piece of parchment.
I have too much on my plate, but what's another sin? And I'll check it. I will take.
Yeah, as you reach down, the snake but doesn't bite you.
Just take the thing, not seeming to be afraid of it at all,
Yeah, sure.
and just say, "You bite me, I will turn you off and sell you for a nice belt."
Yep. As you unfurl this note, you can feel the tenseness of the snake. But as soon as the note is released, the snake opens its wings and begins flying away.
I'm gonna head in.
Yep.
I'm not gonna-
Oliver and Jax both see a black snake fly away. Yep.
Put the scroll away in my person, and I'm gonna head to like the back kitchen. Actually, no, the basement.
Okay.
I remember there's a back area by where you enter in,
Mhm.
get out of the way, and we'll turn.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any? If there's a box there, is that box empty?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's where I'm gonna put the stuff and make a note like, Tarun's do not open,
Okay. Sure.
or friend or any relation does open it. And I'm gonna put it all gently in there and just respectfully just say, don't worry. Once I am sure we are more secure, you'll have a better place, mother. And close up the box and head back up while reading the scroll.
Excellent. So we kind of get a scene back towards Jax and Oliver, and Jax will say, "Did you just see that snake?"
Yes, it looked like a black snake with wings. That's rather odd.
Pretty odd. he says. You read the note, Tarun, and it says something on it in this very nice calligraphy kind of handwriting. It says, "Want to be part of something big? Speak to Davil Starsong at the Yawning Portal." Davil as in devil with an A. Starsong at the Yawning Portal.
Sarun makes mental note of it, and I'm going to light the fireplace a bit,
Sure.
toss the letter in,
Okay.
let it burn, and then put it out
Yep.
before heading
So
out.
Oliver, do you wish to go inside of the manor?
Yes, if Jax is going to behave himself, perhaps we'll enter.
Yeah, he's almost forgotten about the ghost at this point. Um, so you so you go in and you see that Tarun is putting out a fire in the fireplace.
Tarun, what's going on? We saw some sort of snake fly out of here.
Sarun's just going to pause a bit, see, and before just saying, basically, is there like an equivalent like spam mail, junk mail?
Yes.
I guess like a flyer. Like someone could leave a
You
flyer.
can say junk mail. It's fine.
This is junk mail attached to some serpent. I insulted it and it flew off in pain,
Oh. Well,
but it left its trash.
all right then.
Can you make like a deception check?
Yeah. I will say it's not that they don't want to say it. They seem like shaken by it.
Yep. Take that, Oliver, as you will. I'm sure Jax will.
Okay.
It's like Tarun looks shaken up by the letter a little bit, although they are
Okay.
currently faced like the mask is kind of like cracked. Then they're kind of like dealing with a lot at this moment.
That's fine. I won't touch on it now, just to take you at your word and kind of nod and grab a seat.
Okay.
The others back.
After a little while, the twins return to the Troll Skull Manor.
Tarun cleans off the sky. Probably had cleaned off the disguise already, but he finally takes off the cloak by now.
All right. Well, the party is joined.
Y'all ready to go up this mountain?
Yeah.
As ready as I'll ever be.
Believe
I'm
me,
damn
everything
ready.
we need. To Mount Waterdeep.
By tears of light, there's no mountain I cannot climb.
Dude, I'm already
kinda-
fucking sick of this guy.
6 hours. I've known you for 6 hours now at the most, and I already think you're fucking awesome.
Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah.
I want to give him the up and down after Tarun told us he's got a limp. Just
Yeah.
all right.
You seem
He
smart.
covers. He tries to cover it up pretty good. He does look strong, though. I mean, he's definitely stronger than the whole party.
Combined.
Nah, maybe not combined.
I
Pretty
mean,
close.
4 plus zeros is still plus 0.
Yeah, he's got
I
a
did a
six.
+1 because of Jack of all trades and Jack of trades alone.
He's got a +3 to strength.
Oof.
Yeah, he's not bad. He's not bad. But all right. Cool. So, do you guys want to head towards Mount Waterdeep?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Very excited.
Excellent.
Boogie on down to that mountain.
All right, so let me look something up real quick.
Transcribing spells is expensive.
Takes
almost-
fucking money.
Wizards are pay to win Magic users.
That's very, very relevant.
They're no, they're more free to play. You got your free stuff, but you want good stuff, you gotta pay.
Okay, let me.
It's kind of worthy trade off though, because you can just be like, I have backup spell books, which you need.
Doing something real quick. Y'all just give me 1 minute.
Sure.
I forgot to do this.
So we have one Featherfall until I can earn 25 more gold to copy it down.
Once you use it as a spell scroll, though, it disappears.
I know, but if I copy it before I use it, yes. I bought it just in case somebody takes a tumble off a mountain.
Excellent.
I thought it was a solid buy.
Yeah, that's smart.
The
I don't
mountain.
know. I have like 10 candles, so we're probably set.
All right. Then, okay. And let me move Jax over to the characters because you guys met him now, so he's in the character section. Okay. So now let's pull up this. Okay. So you guys see before you the grandiose mountain known as Mount Waterdeep. And you can see nestled into one of the nooks of this grand mountain, there is a grand castle, where this is where Castle Waterdeep sits. But there is a small trail that leads up the side of the mountain, and you guys are ready to go.
Well,
So, go ahead.
that's the direction we have to go. Don't suppose there's any right way about this or specific path we have to follow? Looking around at the group.
Aaron just shrugs. I've never been here.
Not a clue, man.
Usually taking time off for hiking requires that your time, you have free time.
Yeah.
Tyr will guide us on our journey.
Jax, well, take the lead. I'm right behind you.
Onward, he says.
Go, please, yes.
You can tell that this guy once was a military captain for sure. He's definitely got that aura of the leadership about him. But you fall in line. So, I need everyone that is climbing this mountain to make a Constitution saving throw.
I was gonna say I would like to inspire everyone that's not me with my 4 uses that I have per day.
I will
Off
not
the door.
allow it for this check because this is like overtime. It's not like within 10 minutes or a minute or whatever.
Well,
It's
I'm useless.
more
Good
of
good
like
day, everyone.
3 hours or so, yeah. So I need con saves for everybody.
How do I make a save?
Hey!
Mm.
I imagine it's pure spite. It is pure spite that keeps me going.
I gotta make one for Jax too, I guess, eh?
Here comes a 30.
How do I
Yeah,
roll?
a
Oh, I see it. I
30.
see it. I see it.
Jax is gonna make a Constitution.
Make sure it's on display. First, yeah. 50.
Okay, so everybody but Tarun and Jax, I think. Let me check. Yep, DC 12. So everybody but Tarun and Jax. So we'll start with Oliver.
Yeah.
Oh,
You have, oh fuck, you have 4 levels of exhaustion. Jesus Christ. Woo! All right. What does that do? That's like half your health and
he's
shit.
like almost dead.
What does that do?
If he gets 2 more, he just auto dies.
Hold on, I can double check.
y-
It takes a bit to. Okay, so 1 level of exhaustion.
Disadvantage on ability checks.
Yep.
2, your speed is halved. 3, disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws. 4, your hit point maximum is halved, and these are cumulative.
Ah, Jesus! So you have all of that. You have disadvantage on ability checks. You have disadvantage on attack rolls. Your movement is halved, and your hit point maximum is halved.
Okay.
All right, let's hit him. Who's next? I am overwhelmed with power. Okay, Hexus, you're up next. You take 2 levels of exhaustion.
You are merely
You
slow.
just have disadvantage
as
on everything.
molasses and
Yeah,
disadvantage on
checks, not attack.
Oh, checks.
or saving throws.
Or save.
Nice.
Okay. So, and then census, you have 1 level exhaustion.
You just got disadvantage on checks, my friend.
Yep.
I just imagine Tarun somehow not even sweating. That elder.
So, you guys begin your trek up. So you're a ranger, right? Do you have favorite terrain?
No, I didn't take any of that stuff.
Okay, you like they're like a Tasha's ranger or something?
Yeah, absolutely, almost entirely.
That's
Tasha's is certainly better.
Oh, yeah.
In most situations, but yeah,
Okay, no, that's fine. I just want to make sure.
yeah, I got you. I would have definitely let you know.
Okay, so as you guys are making your way up this mountain, it is arduous, brutal,
To say the least.
almost. You are sweating. None of you brought enough water. Even Jax you can see that his limp is getting worse as he begins trying to lead the way, kind of. Well, let's ask each of you, Oliver. As the camera kind of pans across the mountainside, like in Lord of the Rings style, what does the shot of, you see Jax limping, behind him is Oliver. What does Oliver look like?
I mean, if my speed is halved, I'm down on the knees, kind of with the arm as a kickstand. Fucking pale.
Yep, okay. Behind him, we have Tarun. Tarun, what are you doing?
Tarun is not breaking a sweat because I crushed this.
Yes, you did.
They look like it's like the Lord of the Rings where they climb the mountain. The elves just like walking on the snow almost.
Yep.
Like everyone's struggling. Tarun's just walking, like casually.
Excellent.
The,
And then
the hustle never stops.
behind we have Hexus. Hexus, what do you look like?
So basically, I'm fine.
Similar to Oliver, I'm like hunched over, breathe like wheezing. I'm like, people do this for fun.
I could see
Yep.
myself doing this if I had time.
And then we get Census. Census, what do you look like?
So I'm actually doing pretty fucking great. No issues at all up until we get about to the 60-70% of the way through. And then I open up one of my oil flasks because I didn't realize it wasn't oil. And I start trying to drink it. And then I just vomit like everything out. And I'm like, oh, and that's where my exhaustion came from.
Yep.
Like,
And,
fuck, I thought that was water.
As we get this camera shot across the mountain,
Flash roulette.
it turns past all of you guys just basically dying, and it turns to the city of Waterdeep, and all of you can see this. You can see the whole city from here. I mean, the expanse of even the wall that surrounds most of the city. You can even see the field ward from here. You can see Undercliff. I mean, you can see the entire city from this high. It's actually quite beautiful. And as you get nearer and nearer to the top, it's getting late. It's like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. The sun is beginning to lower in the horizon and turn that kind of orangey hue. The sky is beginning to turn purple and blue, and it's actually beautiful. But you begin to arrive nearer and nearer to the top of the mountain when you all see it. There's a cave on the side of the trail.
Have we come by foliage and like general
yeah.
nature? Or is this like just a rocky fucking?
Nah,
slope
there's
the whole way
trees
up?
and shit. Yeah, there's trees and stuff on your way up. But as you get higher, it's more and more rock.
I kind of look to the group. I'm like,
We should
Is
definitely.
this what we're-
rest.
here to. This the guy? The what was his name? The.
Halam.
Yeah, that one.
But you see, you do have to climb a series of carved out stone stairs to get up to this cave.
Through noticing, well, knowing the other tradition says, why don't you all wait at the stairs and get a bit of rest? We're going to need to head back down after this. And I can do the talking.
On that note, I highly recommend that we stay up here for the night. They are exhausted. Oliver looks like he's going to pass out. I don't think they could make a trek down.
I'm gonna pass out.
And I'm not feeling pretty great either.
I will do my best to make sure that we are not intruding up by this as best we can, and see if there's a spot they'd rather us stay nearby if we can.
Okay, that's acceptable. That was one of the prerequisites that we were told. Brother, would you go with him and talk to the hermit, I guess?
Sure.
I
great.
think the stairs alone might be enough. You seem to be of the best condition, along with our knightly friend. Perhaps one of you two should be the ones accompanying me. I don't want to push anyone.
How close is it toward tonight?
It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, okay. So I have time to like set up a camp
Oh,
after
sure.
this conversation. Okay, all right. I thought it was like getting dark and like I had like 2 to 20 minutes to set camp up before it's pitch
Late
black.
afternoon, yeah.
Gotcha. All right, I was worried because it gets dark real fast.
Oh, yeah.
All right, yeah, I'll go with you. That's fine.
All right, as the two of you begin to approach the stairs, and the rest of you kind of fan out, you get about, I don't know, 5-10 feet away from the rest of your companions, and you look up the stairs, and you can see this cave. And then you see something sitting on top of this cave. So the cave, I'll describe it again, because I didn't do a very good job. There is trees and stuff growing on this top of this mountainside, and this cave is kind of littered with trees and grass and shit like that. But there are these two large stones that have like fallen together to create this like opening, and it just descends into darkness. But you see, on top of the tree, or on top of the cave, hunched over, there's a figure. It has, it's like sitting with its knees up like this, and it's hunched over its knees, and you see large black wings folded behind it. Its head is down, and there's this black stringy hair that kind of goes over its face. And as the two of you look, you see bird-like legs that are tucked up near its chest. And it appears to be a woman, bare-chested, with these bird-like legs, sharp black claws. She has her head hanged down.
As a bard with a history in musical works, because if this is what I think it is, I might be wrong completely. Would I, knowing about a lot about like magical music, would I have any way of identifying?
Why don't you make, what check do you suggest?
Arcana if it's more directly magical.
I
nature
would
that's
love
naturally occurring.
an Arcana check.
Okay, add a +1. Oh wait, no, this has the +1, isn't it? It does. That's 18. That is the correct number.
You recognize this creature as a... Let's see if I can find a good image of it. Oh yeah, this is literally perfect.
Is it a harpy?
It is.
I'm sorry, I just love knowing
Deb.
things. Even my character doesn't. I'm just like, yeah, I had to.
Hold up, I'm making a handout right now because I didn't have one.
That's fine.
There you go. You see it curled up, not looking at you.
I'm going to look at a ranger and say, whatever you do, if they start to sing, you are to cover your ears immediately.
Fingers and ears.
As you hear this creature begin to sing, and all of you hear it, echoing down the canyon. I need two things. One, let's roll some initiative. Two, don't die. I need we'll make saves as far as the initiative is concerned. But make sure you click on your token and roll initiative. We'll see how this combat goes. Hopefully I don't kill any more PCs, but we'll see.
Shit happens if it does.
We'll see. Oh, baby, I got a natural 20 on my fucking initiative. Woo, woo, woo!
I'm gonna
All
quickly,
right.
and then
Let's
wisdom
kill
save
some PCs today, baby. All right. No, I'm just kidding. I really hope you guys don't die. Don't worry. Jax will protect you. All right.
and then Jax is the first one to fail.
All right. Did everybody roll initiative? Is that everybody? Yeah, I know. I know. When I threw your token out, I was like, does that shit say 7 HP?
I only had 15 half. So.
All right, so first in the order, sitting on top of this cave is the harpy, which this is not the best battle map ever, but you get the idea. And she begins singing, and I need every humanoid within 300 feet of the harpy to make a wisdom saving throw. Those that have advantage on charm get advantage on this check.
All right. That's
I would like to use
Thank you.
my
That's my-
inspiration to try this again.
Okay.
yeah. Actually, I already have advantage. I'm retarded.
So here's the thing about it would still be the 9 to ruin.
What?
Yeah, you don't
I
get
still-
another advantage roll. You just get one more die. As far as inspiration is concerned, you don't get to roll at advantage again. That's 4. That's 2 extra dice. You only get 1 extra die, so it would be that 9. Because you always go with the left roll.
Okay.
Okay, so Tarun fails. Oliver succeeds. Hexa succeeds. Census succeeds. Let me get Jax's character sheet up.
This is this time this ever might come up. Does the Tharoon not be attracted to anything?
Unfortunately, that does not matter.
Fair enough. It's a
This is
You know,
more.
I
of a
gotta
magic
check.
thing. So here's what happens. Harpy must take a bonus action. While charmed by the harpy, the target is incapacitated. So none of you have to move, right? It's just incapacitated. More than 5 feet away. Yes. So, okay, so on your turns, whoever is charmed has to use all of their movement to get as close to the harpy as you possibly can. You can repeat the saving throw if you take damage. You can also repeat the saving throw at the end of your turn. All right. Is everybody pretty clear on what happened?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let me describe what happens. So as it's singing, like kind of vocalizing, she looks up, and those of you that aren't charmed, you see this grotesque face with this disgusting open mouth with razor-sharp teeth, sallow eyes, and the skin kind of falling off as it's singing this scary, kind of alluring tune. But those of you that are charmed, you see the most beautiful woman you've ever seen in your whole life. Singing towards you, luscious, beautiful, flowing hair, up atop this cliff, and you feel like the song is calling to you, and you must come to her. And I think that's her action. Sure enough. So Census, you're up. You succeeded on your save, so you see this hideous, ugly, disgusting thing singing a song.
I like to think that my warning them is what saved their ass.
Yep.
Yeah, it definitely
Oh yeah,
like, woke
you
me
plug
up
you plugged
mentally.
your ears, and you were like, no.
So yeah, I'm just gonna draw some needles and start chucking. So I guess I'll start off with Hunter's Mark. So I'll
Yep.
just give my V and aim it up
Yep.
and get a little bit of flicker of energy in one eye, and I'll just.
Yep. So your hunter's mark is like something that happens for you. It doesn't like mark the creature. It's like you have your
It
turn
marks
set.
them to me.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah,
Cool.
so I can
That's a
find
unique
them.
thing. I've never seen it played like that. That's cool. You have like one glowing eye that you're like
Yeah.
out. Yeah, that's dope. I love that. All right, cool, cool,
Yeah.
cool. So make your attack rolls.
Needle throw.
That's
If
an
it
8 to
hits
hit.
hunter's mark. Yeah. Ooh, fuck. That's not gonna
That's a
hit.
miss. Hmm.
Yeah. All right. And then does Tarun look like he's charmed, or can I even tell that?
No, you can look like his eyes are glazed over, like he's in love with this creature.
Okay.
Mm.
Um, how big does this staircase look like in front of me? Like how wide,
It
I
looks like,
suppose.
I mean, it looks like it's 8 feet wide, I guess. You know,
Hmm.
six feet wide.
I couldn't really block it well, could I?
No.
Hmm.
But this creature does have
Fuck.
wings, so.
Yeah, you're right. Fuck it. Oh, it's calling him. I'm gonna run up and get ready to tank a hit
All right. It's
and pass.
you run up to this towards this cave that it's on top of, maybe 8 feet in the air. Okay. That's your turn.
Yeah.
So you chuck one of your needles and then begin following, running right after it.
Yeah.
To kind of to block this creature. But Tarun, you have to
Hopefully.
use your movement to get as close to this creature as you possibly can.
And when I see them, they're like all I can focus on, correct?
Oh yeah, you can't see anything else.
So I do not know there's any figures in between me and them at all.
Not necessarily. No.
Damn. Then yeah, Tsurun's going to approach.
Mm-hmm.
Although, yeah, and the way
Yep.
Tarun approaches, because Tarun is a romantic Asian fool, so
Sure.
the way they approach, it's like their mind is not there.
Mhm.
Tarun's not home.
Absolutely. That's how everybody is.
Probably internally screaming to get
Yep.
out of it.
All right, make a wisdom saving throw at the end of your turn.
Come on.
You succeed. So you hear this singing and you see like a beautiful elvish kind of face. And as you begin approaching, you get close enough for it, and it's like ready to attack you, but it's still singing. And you kind of shake your mind, and you break free of it, and you see this disgusting.
I
creature with
am
his tongue
going
out.
to turn your. I'm going to disable every nerve in your body so that the last thing you feel is nothing but the sweet suffering pain.
Mm-hmm.
As
Excellent.
they snap out of it, because that's the one thing Sarun hates is
Having his mind
enchantments
controlled.
like that. Yeah, that's
Cool,
the one
cool.
line Sarun will never cross.
All right, that's dope. Cool, cool, cool.
They will manipulate you, but they will never take you away.
Yeah, and Jax is he good? No, he failed too. So he begins. He'll kind of brush against Oliver, and he says, "By Tyr, she's beautiful," and begin
No, Jax.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He'll move there. And end his turn, and he will be able to make another wisdom saving throw. Come on, Jax. Pull through, buddy. He got a 10, which fails.
I'm
All
just
right.
like, Jax, no! And I'll use my inspiration to try and yell at him. If he's
Oh!
gonna roll that again.
Hey, very good. That is a very good inspiration use. Okay, yeah,
Clever.
let's see. Come on, Jax.
My friend,
Oh
no!
my God, no! He got a 2.
Oh,
Oh,
he's so
yeah.
pally dumb.
Yeah, he's pretty pally dumb. All right. Still a really good use of inspiration.
Poor baby.
I'd give it to you again if it wasn't for you just using inspiration. Yeah, that is the end of Jax's turn. Next up, we have Hexus. Are you under her spell? You are not. You are maybe muted, maybe?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm not under the spell.
Correct.
So I am going to take a page out of Census's book, and I'm gonna do the little V, one eye instead of glowing, sort of like darkens to this purplish black, and I'm going to cast Hex on the creature.
Okay.
They get disadvantage on.
And what kind of checks do you want to give them disadvantage on?
Let's go Charisma.
All right, and that's a concentration check. You have concentration up?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna put a little blue marker on you for concentration and a little red marker on him for hex.
All right. And then I'm going to toss the gold piece
Yep.
into the air
Yep.
and then point at the harpy
is-
as it splits into 3 darts, and I will cast Jim's magic missile.
Excellent.
This
So
is
as you
not-
toss the coin in midair, it turns into 3 purple energy missiles that pew, 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 land on this harpy. It's got to be purple. It's got to be. It's Jim's magic missile.
4, 8, which I don't think hits.
No, it's automatic damage.
No, it's
not Jim.
Jim's version.
Jim's has to make
version
attack
is
rolls.
the
Oh,
redneck version.
really? Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you crit with one, they all double damage. You fail with one, you hurt yourself.
Oh, cool. All right, so the first one
So-
hits. Yeah, certainly.
24 and the 22, and then I don't
Yeah,
think the
that one
8 hits.
Shoot, no, the 8 doesn't hit.
So then for Hex. So total of 3.
Hex can occur for each spell that hit them. So that's 2 hexes.
Yeah, I tapped it twice.
Oh, I didn't
So
see.
3 plus 2 is 5 plus
I got
6
I got it.
11.
So you throw these magic missiles. It pelts her with one. She breaks her song for a second, and then begins singing some more. And then blam! She gets hit with another one, and she breaks her song for a second, and then begins singing again. And her ire has turned towards you. That ends your turn. Would you like to move?
Yep.
Okay, that ends.
Just
your
gonna stay where I am.
Excellent. Oliver, you're up.
Seeing my friend being lured by the siren song, I want to run up behind Jax and try and strike him with my mace to see if I can shake him out of this
Okay.
spell.
Excellent. I don't think
Punch
that
him
you
in the
have to
back.
make an attack roll on him. I think I'm just going to make him make another wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Just slap him in the back of the head.
Yeah, it's fair to say that you're not going to miss him. He's not dodging or anything.
Sure.
So another wisdom saving throw then?
Jax, come on, focus.
He beats it. He beats it. He is no longer under the siren spell. So as you... oh, he does have to take damage though, so roll damage.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
3 bludgeoning damage.
Excellent. So where do you hit him?
In the back of the head to try and
Yeah.
ring his bell. And
Yeah. You run up and you're like, Jax, break free from this, and you slap him in the head with your mace, and he lurches forward and begins shaking his head, and he says, "By Tyr, I will smite thee!" And then he'll like turn around towards Oliver and like kind of slam his gauntleted hand on you as you're like barely being able to stand up at this point.
Jesus.
And he's like, "Good work, Oliver. We'll make a hero out of you yet." And that's gonna end your turn.
yes.
Excellent. It's back to the harpy. She can no longer use her song because everybody succeeded, right?
Mhm.
Yep. So everybody's good. Yeah. No one's under her spell. Yep. All right. Cool. So she's going to fly up in the air. And because she's actually not within 5 feet of you, she's within like 8 feet. None of you can take an attack of opportunity. But she is actually going to fly towards Hexus.
Okay.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. We'll say 30 total to get down to your level. Yeah, cool. And she has 40 feet. And then she's going to make 1, 2...
I'm gonna
attack
use
on you.
my portent to give her a 2 on the first one of those.
Okay, so she misses on the first one. She has a +3 to hit, so yeah, she misses on the first one and hits with the second. You know, I'll reflavor the claws because I had to do both because one of them's 2d4 and one of them's 1d4, but really it's 2 claws, right? So one claw, she goes to slash out at you, and how does your portent like come into play?
I'm sort of looking at her as she's coming down with the claws, and I see the attack hitting and like just cutting through my arm.
Yep.
And so in a split second, I just dodge to the side as she rakes through the stone, but I can't manage to dodge the second
Yeah,
one.
you actually dodge into the second one as she slashes up at you with these other dark black claws, and it cuts through your back. And she hisses at you. You will die. And that will. So she has another 10 feet of movement. She will fly up in the air. If you would like to make an attack of opportunity on her, you may.
Knife's a knife.
Hit her
Knife's
with
a
your foot.
knife.
you have
I'll, huh?
Be
Do you have a knife?
gone, thought.
I do. I have a dagger.
Okay, yeah, you can totally hit her with a dagger.
I'll stab her.
That misses.
Nope.
Yeah, so she is currently 10 feet in the air right here. And hovering over you, ready to kind of dive down and strike at you again. All right, next in the order, Census. You see your brother getting attacked by this evil bitch.
Okay, so how high in elevation is this compared to where she is now?
10 feet. You're almost at the same level as her.
Whew, fuck. This is too tempting.
It's okay, I had the same idea.
Pass the concentration.
Oh.
Can I
Yeah.
jump off the cliff and try to grapple her down to the ground?
What? You may! High risk, high reward, baby! All right,
Fucking do
so
it. What
let's-
do I even roll for this?
athletics check. It's gotta be athletics.
It's gotta be athletics.
Gotta be.
Fuck.
Possibly two if you're counting the jump and the grapple.
No, I'm not counting the
Couldn't-
jump. I'm just counting
Could
the
Fair.
it be acrobatics?
No. But it is contested.
It couldn't be acrobatics.
Nope, and she
No,
got a
it's
13.
a grapple.
It's a grapple. You got it.
She's got
All
no
right.
movement now, boy.
Yeah, so with the natural 20, here's what
Natural
happens. You do a barrel roll around Tarun, right? You're like, we get the slow motion where you're like running, and we get the camera's angle from the side, right? As you jump off the cliff, time freezes for a second as you're kind of flying through the air, right? The harpy, we get a shot of the harpy who's turning around to see you, and we just get this camera angle of just this furious Census, all these piercings and shit, his mouth agape, flying through the air, and he straight up time then like catches back up, and he grabs onto the harpy, and both of you plummet to the ground. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw just to not take a d6 of damage.
You done fucked up, chicken bitch.
Yeah, she's gonna take this damage, but you have a chance to not take it. Okay, 18 is successful, so you don't take any damage, but she takes 2 damage.
Oh, that means she's prone too. She's prone
Yeah,
and grappled because
Yeah, she's prone and grappled.
she
but I'll
can't
say-
get up. She's stuck.
I'll say, unfortunately, it's either you're both grappled or you're both prone. Rather, you're both prone or she is not prone and grappled. But either way, she's grappled.
That's fine. Yeah. Like I'm on top of her. I'm like,
Sure, you're
Grab her.
prone though. That's okay.
yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. Then that's great. Yeah, yeah. So she's like thrashing about, like, let off of me, like some kind of crazy bitch.
Well, that's pretty accurate.
Yeah. So that was a turn well spent, my friend. Do you? I think that's your turn, though. I think
Pretty
you're done.
much.
Yeah. All right, Tarun, you're up. You just witnessed this great act of heroism.
I'm going to, as a bonus action, to stand fast and keep the bitch steady. And inspire. This is use 1 of 4. I make sure to count this so I never screw up again.
That's okay.
And then I'm going to move over to where they jumped. I'm not jumping myself. I ain't that spry. But I'm just going to look at the flailing heartbeat. I'm just going to whisper like softly, and Tarun makes sure it's not like audible to most probably, but he basically just whispers, and now that your death comes for you, as I will cast Dissonant Whispers, which is all I've ever been casting, but sleep's never been available.
All right, that's a wisdom saving throw.
Yes.
You got a 12.
11, and They would have to use their action to move, but they ain't got no movement.
She is bloodied.
You imagine they're. This one's a more aggressive than usual, so there's blood pouring out of eyes, ears, and nose.
Yep, and she's still like thrashing about as her head is pounding. She's like trying to get out. She almost like claws right into you, Census, but you like quickly move out of the way as you're like holding her down. All right, that's your turn, Tarun.
Yeah.
By Tears Might. All right,
I thought they were about to jump as well, just about to
15,
destroy the pile.
20,
Just like do some
15,
Legend
20.
of Zelda.
With a long sword and a shield, he will hold it aloft and stab down, trying to keep away from Census.
I'm gonna give him a 10, just
fair.
to make sure he gets
definitely
in
hits.
there.
He has a +5 to hit, so
Yep.
he definitely hits. Let's roll damage here. He's gonna use it one-handed. That is oh my god, an 8.
They would have had advantage. You fool.
Oh yeah, they totally would have. That's
Oh yeah.
That's
Dang.
fine. It's fine. She is almost dead. She is barely hanging on as he stabs his blade into her chest. Right.
Smite it.
Census. Oh, no, he's not a paladin. He's not really. He's just a knight. Yeah. He stabs down into her. Right. She screams out. Ah! Right. Census, you like let loose of her for just a split second while he does that, and then as soon as she's like impaled, you quickly topple on top of her again, and grab her down, and he will then, I think he'll hold steady. He'll hold steady, kind of ready right next to you, Census, like hold her down. We'll smite her yet. All right, Hexus, you're up.
All right. Well, considering I don't want to make 3 attacks with disadvantage, I'm just gonna stab her.
Okay.
Everyone stab her. With enough
Let's
stab.
turn this bitch into Caesar.
How do you want to do this?
All right. So following the grievous
Add
blow.
the necrotic for fun.
Oh yeah, that's true. There we go.
Oh yeah, she's mega dead.
Okay. So after the grievous blow and with my brother holding her down, I just want to like look at the claw marks on my arm and just like go up to her arm and just like cut through right there. And as I cut, like the hex causes the flesh to like kind of sizzle and rot outwards, and just like her bone gets exposed on her arm.
Oh shit, that's dope. So as that happens and the magic kind of consumes her flesh, she begins screaming way worse than she was before. Like if her song was enough, this is like enough to like scare you almost. This horrendous scream that she lets out as these like crooked blackened teeth and all kinds of shit. And as she's with her dying breath, she's as she ceases to exist.
Nice.
And that's it. That's the turn order. You have finished combat.
All right. Oliver, can you please see to my brother immediately?
Slowly limp over there. Take out the healer's kit and kind of steady myself on his arm.
You're not drunk.
Start to like stitch up the arm a little bit with the healer's kit.
Okay.
For me.
D6 plus 4. Yeah. Yep.
Plus additional HP equal to creature's maximum number hit dice, so 2 more.
Plus 2.
So that's a
What's
total
the
of
plus
12.
2 for? Sorry.
They're hit dice.
Plus additional HP to the creature's maximum number of hit dice. So basically, you get your level back in hit HP as well. Man, that's dope as fuck, man. That's a scat feat.
It's a very well scaling.
Yeah.
Dang,
All
so
right, so you
12?
get
That's my
12.
maximum HP.
Yep. So he heals you up real good. They don't call this guy a doctor for nothing.
Stitches are
straight.
little letters.
Doctor
so it's
Cleric.
Pretty tired. Yeah, that's me doing like a bad job. It's like immaculately stitched up with 4 points of exhaustion.
Fuck yeah.
I'm gonna
Totally,
pat you on the
dude.
back. That's not even gonna scar, man. Great job.
I'm gonna take some harpy feathers.
Sure.
Just like this might sell.
Jax will say, you really are a doctor, aren't you, Oliver?
Gotta be good for something, am I right?
You should have seen them. Me and Tarun then paused a bit and shakes said, "Our other compatriot, who would be dead twice over if not for the doctor."
You are all too kind, but I don't believe our mission is complete just yet, is it?
No,
No.
quite right.
I believe that heading into the cave is the best course of action. I'll just I'll take like a handful of feathers,
Sure, that's fine.
roughly, spitefully.
Yep, no problem.
Would
And
I know if
then-
these would have any like arcane value? Maybe pawn them off at the bookworm.
Make what kind of check do you think is sufficient?
Arcana. Maybe look in Volo's guide.
I'll say Arcana.
Okay. Disadvantage because I'm exhausted.
You are. Nope, you don't know. Probably
Nope.
not.
Nah. Not gonna
So,
bother with it.
Before we continue on, I'm just gonna put like my hand on your face, Hexus. Just be like, are you really okay? Are you fine?
I'm fine.
You're okay if I leave you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm good.
I'm super shaken up by all this, but I'm gonna trek forward. You said you're fine. I trust you.
Mm-hmm. So, what is the plan now?
I'm gonna go to the mouth of the cave. I'm just gonna call it Halam.
You do not get a response.
Perhaps it's too deep in the cave. We'll have to really go.
Yeah, with your dark vision, it just descends into darkness, or like
Yeah,
continues into darkness.
I'm just gonna whip out a torch.
Would you like my lantern if you're going into that dark cave?
Keep it out here in case we don't come back before nightfall. Just in
Alright.
case. Thank you, though.
Okay.
I have a lamp as well, but I'd rather not waste oil on this.
Yeah, it's cool. I'll just whip out and just drag the torch on the ground and light it up.
Yeah, using some cool ranger shit. Absolutely. And
I'll light up with smoke as I head down. I don't care.
yeah.
That's what I'll light up.
And with the flames licking at the light kind of flickering on the wall, the cave walls, you begin to descend into the darkness. And the camera kind of watches you from the mouth of the cave as you all descend into darkness. And it pans across to the rest of the group. Hexus kind of rubbing his arm, looking at his new stitches. Oliver panting and like laying out on a stone. Jax has his he has a lance on his back, so he's got a short sword or a long sword, a shield, and a lance on his back. So he has pulled out his lance and has it shoved in the ground and has leaned on it. And we fade to black as we end the session there.
Okay.
Heck,
Mm-hmm.
That was my favorite session yet.
that was a fun one.
Yeah, I enjoyed that a lot.
I thought I might die with 7 max hit points, but I'm
Yeah,
glad I
I
didn't.
was super fucking worried.
Yep.
Exhaustion is not a fucking joke, and we gotta be careful too, because like you're 2 from literal death.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and I think a long rest only like knocks me down to 3 exhaustion, which is
one
still like
takes off
pretty
one
bad.
with food and drink in the long rest too.
Yeah.
Not even just sleeping.
Yeah.
You need a meal.
Yep.
Ooh,
Jan,
made a
I got a
joke.
DM question for you. Can I swap out cantrips every long rest?
No.
I don't
There's,
know.
they specify it because that's why the 4th level, being able to swap out your cantrips, is a big new thing.
For in
Yeah,
Tasha's,
that's
so
a
it's
Tasha's
only
thing.
Yeah,
But
at
it's only
Tasha's,
at
it's literally
4th
only at a 4th level that you can swap out any cantrip.
it's like when you get your ASI or feat, you can have
Something like that.
You can swap out one of your cantrips for a different one.
let's look into that before we like
Yeah.
really get finished.
Okay.
Uh,
Just
The
'cause
reason
I
why is because cantrips work similar to how sorcerer
But I
learns
saw something
everything.
about a fucking wizard being able to switch out their
Oh,
cantrip.
yes, that's a new thing for them that they get because apparently wizards
Um,
get new shit.
I got a digital copy of Tasha's. Give me a second.
4th level, cantrip versatility. Whenever you reach a level in this class that grants the ability score improvement feature, you can replace one cantrip with another one.
So only at 4th level. But what's why don't you talk to me? What are you thinking?
well, originally, like when we first made our party, I had mending as one of my cantrips, but now obviously with hexes here, it seems a little redundant. So I was gonna see if I could swap it out for like, I don't know, light, just another kind of utility cantrip.
I will allow it for
Yeah.
now. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, as long as it's not you weren't like, "Oh, I want Sacred Flame" or something, like
No, they're both just gonna be kind of like flavor utility.
yeah. I mean, I know you're a medic and you're more utility.
Yeah.
So I'll allow it this time, because shit got kind of fucked up with the party getting rearranged and stuff. So
Yeah. Okay. Cool, man. Thank you. I will do that.
yeah, light is
I might
fine.
I might die alone and no one's going to know why I was alone on a Zentaro mission because I don't think I can convince anyone to go with me.
All right.
But the rune needs that money because
Yeah,
it's the only thing they've ever owned in their
Zenta-
entire life.
and the Zentarum pay too. They
Zentarum
don't
pay.
fuck around. Yeah, they pay big time. So that's something to think about. And I just want to let you know that you should probably get ready because you're about to be torn into a bunch of factions.
I know. I'm probably gonna be.
Tarun is going to be torn into a bunch of factions. You're going to have a lot. That's going to be your main character issue. I've decided.
I can tell.
You just wait. The good shit hasn't happened yet.
But the good news is I have another identity. I can take half the fall.
Yep, you'll see. You'll see. I'm gonna hit you with some serious shit. Like I just hit Oliver with the whole Zentarum evil wizard thing.
I was excited to see Jax. I didn't know you were gonna bring him in like
I
that.
still have
That
to
was
meet with the
sweet.
captain at some point.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
much to do.
and the reason I introduced Jax is because you guys need him. Like you're a bunch of squishy guys.
Yeah.
Like ranged squishy guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I have a NPC guide in my Tomb of Annihilation game, and they've been with
Oh,
the entire game.
did they get the badass dwarf?
No, they didn't. They have Azaka Stormfang, who is secretly a were-tiger.
Oh.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Neat.
The
Yeah,
one
it
afraid
was-
of fall damage?
Yes.
So do you want to hear about the worst scenario for Tomb of Annihilation that's ever been run?
Okay, sure. Hit me, but don't
I
make
was a part of this. It's called
Okay.
the Gob Squad.
Okay.
We had a Echo Knight goblin who's twins with a Gloomstalker Ranger, which was actually broken for once because all of Schultz is a swamp.
Right. I mean,
So they always knew where the undead is.
Okay.
And anyways, but they weren't the worst offenders. They just were the ones who stacked. And the DM ruled since the Echo Knight had their Echo they could attack through,
Mm-hmm.
they could attack while stacked as long as they only attack through the Echo. Because that's how logic worked. But they used the goblin stacking traits.
Oh, like for Batari goblins?
Yeah, because they were Batari goblins. They had masks. Then there's Mama Booyog,
Mm-hmm.
a chrono wizard who had time powers, and we had the joke that the kobold and the party scales kept changing color. It's just madness.
I would never in my entire life have a fucking are you talking about Guide to Wildmount or UA?
Guide to Wildmount, not you.
Oh, it was from the Guide to Wildmount? Oh, okay.
Yes, that's where a lot of the weird shit
Yeah,
came
the
from.
Echo Knight's from that too, yeah.
Then we had Uncle Hob, who's not a hobgoblin, but a bugbear who just does a lot of shrooms.
Okay.
They
Happens.
rescued a houseplant at one point.
It happens.
And then here was I was just a gnome. I had the gnome stat block, but because I was a goblin raised by gnomes, and I had a gun that I could never use because it's a loud as fuck gun.
Mhm.
So I just had a gun.
That was your party comp?
We also had a kobold, but they changed characters halfway through because of shenanigans. And I made because there's this synthetic you can make an arm. I hired Halam by making them a wooden arm. So Halam no longer had to one-hand their weapon.
You mean
Well, not Halam. My brain is mixing names.
Musharib is his name, right? Musharib.
No,
Or
the
his name.
guy, the dwarf with one arm,
Yeah. Oh. Oh
the
God, I know
berserker
what.
badass.
Yeah. I know what his name is. Yeah. He lost it to the fucking red dragon or whatever, or the
Yeah.
fire.
I became an armorer, so I was just like ready to tag team because my character basically crushed over the warrior because that's why my character was like, there were in artifice they like crushed over the warriors who utilized the weapons made. They made a guy a robot armor. It's amazing.
So, I have an NPC guide that follows the party around the whole game. She's been around.
Yeah.
So I trust in my ability to have like a NPC just like be with the
Yeah.
group. But like I said, he's not like you shouldn't rely on him for answers. You know, that's I want to stress that a lot. Like this is not a DMPC. This is an NPC that has his own motivation and his own feelings about shit. This is not the voice of the DM.
Sure.
Though Paladin is my favorite class. You know, like I still really love playing this like new lawful good fucking lawful stupid guy. So
I've started to absorb your DMing style. Realized recently, because I basically said so. I literally said so. We zoom out a bit as they were going
right.
from one place, and I was just like, I have become them,
Yep.
and I'm not
Cool.
complaining because it's better for establishing scenes.
And the thing is, I'm a really big fan of like movies and TV and shit. So like I can see it in my head. Like this is how I want my story to play out as
Yeah,
like
it's
a movie,
amazing.
like a TV show. So I want like these secret camera shots that like the characters don't know about. Like in my last game, they were at this place where this like crazy old witch was, and there was this really tense conversation they had with this witch where they were like, she's trying to kill us, but she was really nice, you know, and they were like, oh my God, we're gonna die. But they left, right? And then I was like, okay, we get this camera shot after you leave where we have the old witch in her hut and she's like laughing to herself and she's like, we'll get them yet. Yes, we will. You know, but the party didn't know that, but like the audience knows, you know? So
Yeah.
it's kind of like a little meta, but it's cool. It's cool. It's like a
Yeah.
cutscene, you know?
I
Nice.
love
That's
it.
sick.
Yeah, you guys are totally gonna get lots more of those. I'm
It's
planning
really helped for like
on maybe like 5
big
more
moments.
sessions away. I'm gonna like we're gonna get a cutscene first thing in the game where it's just like here's the main villain and like he's gonna be spouting out all his plans and shit, and you guys aren't gonna know anything about it, and then we're gonna cut back to the game. You know, it's gonna be awesome. I'm so ready.
Exciting.
Yeah, it is exciting. So now, in your minds as players, you're like, okay, I know the goal, right? As a player, I know what we're supposed to do. But as a character, you don't know shit, you know?
I will say I haven't said camera. I just like as we pan over, I moved the word camera just because some of the settings, if the players aren't used to the word camera being said a lot, it'll
Right.
throw them off. But like,
Yeah, I described it.
recently, because it's a custom city I built. They during the weeks that the party was injured because they got hit by a special fireball that's technically non-lethal, but it can put you in a coma. That's like a thing that I literally made because I didn't want to kill the party by using a mage stat block when they're level 2. But I wanted to establish
Like
this
a
guy is
dark side.
terrifying, and what better way to be established? Oh God, fear them than fireball.
Oh,
You
yeah?
know, I described a sea of like parents at the doorstep of the captain, and the captain has this sort of reputation where if they show up, crime stops because they're basically a retired fighter
Hmm.
of the polearm master sentinel variety. So you know, you do not escape them, and it's just went, and that's what I left them on, was just the sea of parents at the captain's doorstep, essentially.
Cool.
Because of a piper they hired who kidnapped all the children. Because I wanted to cut from the main plot to a little bit of side stuff to try to give them to get more levels and also establish things in the city are a lot more are getting more and more volatile.
Well, I had a
And a lot of the
of
tricks
fun
I've used
with
I've
this.
learned from you, so thank
Yeah.
you.
A lot of fun.
Oh,
Yeah.
was there like a markable difference in my audio with the headset versus just speaking into my laptop, by the way?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, for
Before,
sure.
whenever you spoke, I was like, are they in a church?
Okay. I'll use the headset for now on. Then it's not a big deal.
All right, and those Unitarian domes I used to go into.
And the camera worked out great, Neil. We love it.
Yes.
We love that here. So good job all around. I think this is our group. I really do. I think
I love it.
we're good. I think we're
I
gonna.
love the twins too.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I see that. I'm starting to think Wonder Twin Powers act. Go Team Venture. Some sort of weird
Go
twin
Team
thing.
Venture! Yeah, that was.
No, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So yeah, I had a fucking blast, and you guys just wait. We haven't even scratched the surface of the good shit. There's gonna be one session, and it's coming, boys. 2, maybe 3 sessions, and shit's gonna pop the fuck off. So buckle up. Let's do this.
All right. Can't
By
wait.
the way, I hope I didn't do too much with the items in the thing. I figured 4 small things would work. I was nervous about that because whenever I introduce some things, it
No.
gets me nervous.
Those other guys have a whole mansion, dude.
I realize this, but also my character's not established to be rich or have much.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm a charlatan.
Yeah, that was great. No, you could have had a whole house if you wanted to. I mean, I love what you did. That was fucking.
I try. I like
gave you inspiration because I loved it.
Yeah, because that's kind of like the dichotomy of Tarun is they should, as they act, they should have a lot, but they have literally a ruined house with no roof.
It's awesome, man. This game's awesome. You guys just fucking wait. It's gonna be so fucking good. You already met
Cheers,
the black
guys.
staff.
Good sesh, man. Can't wait for next week.
Oh yeah, you should.
Yep.
You just wait, buddy.
If they seem illegal, I'll just go into the more noble identity and heavier makeup. And if they seem more illegal, I can just let Tarun handle it,
There you go.
and then it will all fall apart eventually.
Well, I had a great session. I'm gonna close out on the